Give a shout out to everybody showing up tonight. Hanging out in the Shark Tank. What up, fam? Damn, I thought I missed a couple people here. I'm gonna start this off right quick. Let me go back down this list again. Hold on. My man Heart Fitness Kennels in the house. My man Mr. Dickie Foster, longtime supporter in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man Fat Farm Ray. What up, fam? Conquer the City Kennels representing. What up, fam? Mr. 216. What up, fam? My man Mr. Eduardo Venezuela in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man M1. What up, fam? Mr. 216 representing in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man Dreadlock. I see you, fam. Banjo Dogs in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man Mr. Cayman Sin in the house. What up, fam? Viking Family LG still representing Skull Country. What up, fam? My man, longtime supporter, Mr. David Morse in the house. What up, fam? The incomparable Eli Monsters in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man Michael Schrader in the house. What up, fam? My brothers Spike Brothers Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Freak Show Kennels rep of Tampa Bay in the house. What up, fam? Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. Representing Arkansas, Louisiana, my man Mayhem Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Live Your Life Dogs in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man GR.CH in the house. What up, fam? My man's in there, SBO Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Michael For Good in the house. What up, fam? My brother from another mother, Mr. Jermaine Hunter in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man Cosmon Kale in the house. What up, fam? What up? What up, everybody? Thank you for showing up tonight for this on Mike Friday. Big shout out to all my people in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people on the back street. What up, y'all? Big shout out to my man, Mr. Michael Schrader, coming in with the two-piece showing the love. What up, fam? Yeah, man. Y'all know this is Thanksgiving holiday. I hope, pray that everybody had a nice time, got pulled and enjoyed your holiday. Because I sure did, being way down here in Florida, it's kind of hard to see the family come through, because, with the weather being the way it was. But it's amazing that everybody made it through. I pray and hope everybody make it back home. But it was a real nice day for me. I got a chance to see grandkids and everything else, you know, that's always a blessing. I remember when I used to have to do all the damn traveling and, you know, get everybody together, but now I don't have to travel. Everybody seem like they just want to travel and come see me. Big disappointment was it was cold as hell down here, man. Don't even let them fool you. See, I got my hoodie on today. Yeah, it was one of them kind of things. Got real cold down here, getting a little bit chilly. Big shout out to my man, Student for Life, dog training in the house. Again, I just wanted to let y'all know that these holidays is coming around. I need, you know, it's good that everybody just stay safe, you know, and enjoy these moments while you can, because you never know when it's going to be the last one type of situation. Want to give another big shout out to my man, Mr. Uncle Willie. I missed him last show on he did a super chat, and I didn't get a chance to see that, and I just want him to know I really appreciate that. It was a 10-piece, so he was definitely showing the love. I think that's the only one I think I missed. Want another give a big shout out to my man Bulldog and TV and my man J-Bo. J-Bo, sorry I missed the show last night, man. But I did see it today. Appreciate the love and everything, fam. Love that receipt. You know, I might have missed that Mississippi Hot, but I seen he was a whole lot of times in that book. I didn't, you know, and I seen the Jupiter Champion Maverick fight. Yeah. No, I didn't know we was, you know, doing a match stand like that. Jupiter did be the champion. I didn't, you know, when we didn't see the champion Maverick. So sometimes, you know, I don't know how the journal, you know, the journal does that. Why he wasn't listed as a champion over there, you know. Then again, those are mistakes they made. But I'm not taking nothing away from actually the Jupiter dog because it did beat a champion. But on the other hand, it was that Mississippi Hots because I see, you know, I seen a whole lot of, you know, we already knew Lockdown Rudy and all the boys over there. But seeing, you know, you came through with some good receipts on him. Not, and keep this in mind, fellas. You know, we don't know everybody. For the ones that we don't know, you know, I do like J-Bo did. J-Bo brought us some damn receipts. You know, so never remember. I mean, I can't put nobody down that I don't know. But I'm gonna give props where props is due based on his receipts. One thing his receipts definitely showed. The man wasn't scared to go into nothing, and he had some damn good dogs. So big shout out to J-Bo representing hard on the back street, letting it be known, you know, sword fight, that's right how you do it. You bring in the paperwork, what can you do? All you can do is respect that and acknowledge it. But big shout out to you, J-Bo, and everybody over there in the fish bowl and the panel. Good shout out, bro. And that's my shout out to you because again, you came with some receipts. I like that. I like what you're doing. So between me and you, it's always gonna be a bulldog thing. You know what I'm saying? So we always gonna keep it bulldogging, bro. Never nothing personal. But outside of that, I'm actually still trying to recover from last night and everything. So today, I figure we're gonna talk about, you know, information. You know, we do a lot of things that we sit here and we talk about. We try to bring receipts to it. And the one thing I did like about, you know, even with the situation back and forth with us and J-Bo, remember that we just trust me, y'all, we bulldog. You know, back in the day, we would have that same conversation. And actually, I would be the same way J-Bo probably was when he broke out them receipts. You know what I mean? You know, 'cause, you know, I'm kind of like the mouthpiece for us. You know, when somebody kind of, you know, they had a dog and they felt like it was all that. You know, after we whooped their ass, you know, I'd be wondering, like, I would actually really tell them, I don't really know who you was fucking with, you know, type of situation. You know what I'm saying? But I think that's the best way to always do something. You know, don't just talk about it, be about it. And I like the way he handled that. You know, wasn't a right or wrong situation. It was the fact that if you don't know, and there's a lot of people in that damn journal we don't know. Trust me, a lot. there's a whole lot of people in that damn journal we do know. So keep doing what you're doing, J-Bo, because we're gonna keep doing what we're doing. And I don't find nothing wrong when people representing what they believe in. There's nothing wrong with representing what you believe in and standing on what you believe in. I think that's always the best way to do it. Another best way to do it, you know what I mean, is handle it like he handled it. You know, that man bought receipts. Again, kind of, you know, threw me off a little bit because I never claimed to know everybody in the journal. But when it come down to the dogs situation, that part I still don't back up off of because again, we was talking about dogs, grand champions and champions. So not knowing Mississippi hot, yeah, I don't know how we got into that situation. Because J-Bo really did know him. I seen his receipt, so the man was in the book, so he had every right to represent the man. I mean, the man himself, but I'm still gonna fall back on the dogs. I still don't think J-Bo, you know, look at that list, man. Don't Charlie, BJ, bruh. I'm just saying this. We know, we know, and you know, there's a lot of dogs coming up out of that Mississippi area. Never once did we ever deny that fact because you know we hung around down in there. So let that truth be known. Never cut them short, but represent where you from. That's how we're gonna do that. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Hemi James in the house. The reason I wanted to do the show like this tonight because again, I'm a true believer in, you know, in these dogs, it was something that was real important. And somebody back in the day realized that. That's why they created the journal. I believe that's why they started registering pedigrees. Remember, it was UKC, ADBA, and now it's a whole lot of people creating their own registries. Why do you think they're doing that? There has to be a purpose why they're doing that. There has to be a purpose why we used to, now y'all got computers, but back in the day, my parents used to have to go out and buy school books. Because we're going to be learning this, you know, through the year, and you need these certain type of books. So I guess these books were supposed to be our references based on what we were going to be learning. That is just a part and a fact of life. I don't know where we can get sidetracked on that because that's not something that's really up for an argument. I threw that out as a poll question. And I still see that just based on the poll, some people still believe that these dogs would have gotten as far as they would have gotten as far as information-wise without some type of chronicle information being available. And I put that out there because I want to know how that is possible, even now. Imagine if we didn't have a birth certificate or a social security number. How would the government actually be able to track us? Because that's generally what they do it for. That's why you got a license to drive. You don't really need that little card to drive a car. But in order to drive the car legally, they want to know who in the hell driving the car. That's why we do registrations of cars. We want to make sure that the person the car is registered to is the owner of that car. Remember, this is a part of life, period. And just because we're dealing with dogs, I don't think there should be a difference because there was a reason why they did it with the dogs. This is why I'm always a true believer in the paper game. You know, you got to be able to track it. Even like with J-Bo. J-Bo actually went back and grabbed a journal and showed in the journal, same things we do around here, and showed Mississippi hot, showed the Jupiter and the Champion Maverick match. Didn't say whether Jupiter was a 4-time winner, 5-time, 1-time out. It didn't really get that information, but it definitely made clear Jupiter beat a Champion Maverick. So why Maverick wasn't in the book, couldn't begin to tell you as a champion. But then again, you can't always put like any book, anything about information. It's not. You can't always. It's It's not the all tell all thing. Never looked at the book like that. Never looked at papers like that. You know, never really looked at my school books like that. Hell, some people don't even look at the Bible like that. So these are things that are just normal. And then again, I'm not like I'm talking to a bunch of little kids. I'm talking to grown people. Most of us, I'm pretty sure, done lived enough life where I don't have to dig that part into your heads. Some people don't want to take the coordination between what I'm saying, but I try to keep it to where you can get a basic ideal of, come on now, just keep reality, and keep it simple. You know, without information, where would we be? Without a TV guide, how would you know what was going to be on TV unless you wasn't sitting there just clicking? Even on when you turn your TV on, it tells you what time something come on. It tell you what time the game come on. You know, what would you do without it? You know what I'm saying? Football scores from 10 years ago or 20 years ago, and all that information, what good would we be without it? What could we ever refer back to? These are the things of why I say what I say, because it still amazes me that based on a poll today, that we still had some people that put yes. Now, we ain't got too deep into the voting part, but again, I try to imagine what it would be like without it. And that's easy to do because we depend on it so much in our everyday life. What if the banks didn't keep record of the money you put in it? You know what I mean? Just little simple things like that. We live in a information-based world. Without that information, look how dumb we would be to so many things. Now we know that information is always going to be used to track us, but keeping that thought in mind, don't you think that what registries are supposed to do? Don't you think that's what social security cards are supposed to do? Don't you think that's what birth certificates are supposed to do? Your identification card is supposed to do? I mean, all these things that you need for identification is also used for tracking. That's just the life that we live. Just because we're dealing with bulldogs, you just don't throw it out the door and think that things are going to be different. Because bulldogs back in the day when they didn't have a journal, the only way you really knew what was going on, it was like almost like folk tales, stories. These old men, they actually did interviews and people shared that information. And because of that information and that talk, somebody start chronicling it. They recorded it. Whether they wrote it down, recorded it through some type of microphone, took a video of it, but they got the information, and that information has been following us. And once it's out there, and then people can interpret it any type of way they want. Remember, the Bible's supposed to be the greatest story ever told, and everybody interprets that book in many different ways. And that's the way all information works. You can interpret it in any way that you want. But the fact is, it's a book with information. You have to take that book or that information, and then you have to make that information work for you as an individual. And I think that's the way the journal actually was, because there was a reason why the journal had over 5,000 subscribers. 5,000 people that subscribe to a book. Now I'm talking about come on now. In 1998, it was more matches than had ever been done throughout the whole lifespan of the journal in that 1 year. And that was just only like 1900 and something, y'all. 1976, matches in just that 1 year. Now that might sound like a lot because you got to add up how many dogs it took to be able to do that. How many kennels it actually took to do that. But when you living in a world where even in the United States of a couple billion people, that's not really a big fraternity. You know what I'm saying? Even if you was weighing it against horse racing, I think we might have had more dog fights than there was horse races throughout the country. You know, but just think about that. If with all that going on, what if was nobody recording none of that? Do y'all think Jeep would have been as popular if we had been living off of just folktale? I don't think so. I don't think the journal would have been as popular as it was unless the people who were subscribing to it didn't have a reason to subscribe to it. Even down to Fat Bill and his Gazette. Remember, I think Vietnam, they had them one out there. I mean, we had a whole bunch of information. Then you already know about all the books. Look at all that information. But so I can't understand how you can take all that away. Just imagine what none of that there, and you would think it would be the same. I don't think so. That's just like everybody can all the information in the world and just what no more information. All of a sudden we're supposed to be smarter than what we are without it than we were with it. Have it now. I mean, but that's what this poll was about today. You know what I mean? This is see, because you're never going to get 100%. But again, it's just shocking to see that you still have people who are willing to believe that it would still be what it is if it wasn't there. Well, we living in the present now. Y'all don't have journals. Y'all have no idea, in order to know what's going on in the basement, you either got to be a part of the basement, like anything else that's underground is supposed to be where it is and it stays underground. But remember, this has always been this way. Publication never really killed anybody. To me, the publication never got anybody in trouble because if it had there was a man where Kennels he actually had it and he had a Fed case going on, but they couldn't stop it from his publication. He couldn't keep the publication up because he was fixing to go sit down. Journal, Jack didn't get run away from the journal because of the journal. Jack got ran away from the journal because the journal was getting to be too much. Look at all the data and all the things that he had to handle to maintain that. Look how big it got. That's just a job in itself, having to print it, write it, take the information, cross-check the information. Remember, the bigger and bigger it got, the more the dirty shit started happening. I could see how Jack could get frustrated, want to put the responsibility on somebody else. All that just makes sense. But the fact is, these things took had major roles in our information-based world. Without a pedigree, how you gonna know what you really got? See, that takes me back to when I hear people say sandpapers don't mean nothing. It's all about the dog. Well, hell, y'all ain't doing nothing with the dog, so get me to understand that part to even understand what that means. And then me actually selling a dog to somebody, and I mean, it's like trying to sell a car with no title. You know what I mean? You're going to buy this car, you're going to get this person your money, but you're not going to get no title. It's going to say it belongs to you. That, to me, Imagine a society like that. That means look at the crime rate. I mean, somebody could just go steal your car and go sell it to somebody else, and there was no way they could tell you that that car didn't belong to you. I bought it from Bobo over there. Bobo can keep going on and on and on and on because there was no way of tracking that. Look how crime would be if they didn't have a way of identifying what belonged to what identified that car with that serial number, that everything about that car. How would you be able to buy parts if ain't nobody trying to, they out there just making cars and making all kinds of parts, but you have no way of identifying that part. Yeah, to me, yes, it gets that technical for me because I buy parts for a lot of different type of things based on my job. I use model numbers and serial numbers. Thank God they have them. I walk up on a system that's 20 years old, and the model and the serial number has been so old, and I can't even get a model number and the serial number. And the only thing that saves that customer when me coming to buy parts is my ability to know, as long as I've been doing this, I can basically find that part number because I've probably done something like that before. Even though I can't see it on this, I've been familiar with this right here, and I can go track down based on my information the last person that I know who had one like that, pull up that information off of there and use their serial and model number and serial number to address what I need to take care of this part for this refrigerator because it kind of looks alike, or that AC because they kind of look alike, or it just I have a way of doing that, and we got to be able to do that with the dogs. You know what I'm saying? Imagine that. Got to be able to take that information and do it to where it's going to benefit you, so you know what you buying and what you got and what you look to do with that as you move forward in life with it. If y'all doing that without it, then hey, I ain't here to knock what you're doing. Spit spit nothing on the game for the ones who's getting it off. But then again, can't get mad when it don't work out for you. Nobody hate on anybody for whatever they selling their dogs for. But when it comes to quality, that's a different story. Because now that's where the salesman part come in. You're going to be able to believe what that person is saying based on them just showing you what they talk about, or you're going to believe in what they're saying just because they're telling you. Got to make the choices. Some people are a little bit more sterner about that than others. So I'm going to turn this over to Mo and let him go ahead and finish this up. Big shout out to my man Cool Bean. Still love you, fam. Good conversation, though. Big shout out to my man Green Team. What's up, fam? My man Woodway Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My man Mr. William Nick Neal in the house. What up, fam? My man Paris Jackson up in here. Frederick Hosby in the house. My man Jeep Red Boy Rascal. What up, fam? See anybody else that I miss? Green Team. Okay, Mo, you can have it from here, bro. Hook up, but what's up, y'all? Hot Mike Friday. Still cold out there, man? It's chilly, man. No, I'm gonna hook up. Hooked up. Yeah. I heard you was talking about life without the journal. Oh, that was the poll question? Okay, poll question of the night is, would the American Pit Bull Terriers of the past be as popular without some type of written chronicle of information? So far, we got 66 votes. We have 44% that said yes. We have 57% that says no. I'm just wanting to know the ones that said yes, how? I just need to hear somebody explain to me how. How could they be? I just want to hear somebody explain to me how. You know what it looked like when we got that information. And looking at y'all in the now, and I'm in the now with you. Tell me how. Because y'all sure ain't got it. And I want to hear your how. Because you're nowhere in no kind of position. None whatsoever, but a bunch of guys out here who's trying to be Mayfield and tutoring them and ain't did shit with their dogs, but fling papers around and brag about this unknown dog man they always referring to that's seen they shit go. They ain't gonna tell you who the dog men are, but they gonna tell you the two reputable dog men seen they shit go. You know, that's the kind of shit y'all living off of. Y'all think because I'm out of the game, I ain't in the game. Game ain't gonna never let me walk away because I got something that everybody else don't have. I have history. When you have history, there's a whole lot of guys out there that's in that basement that's gonna keep you well up to date of what's going on. The basement ain't got nobody. The basement don't have references. They don't have none at all. So the main ones who's always shouting out to me, telling me, twin, don't let them stop you. Keep shoving it in their face. Because they sitting back there, they scared to put their name, they punch down on anything. But they're not afraid to come to this show. The majority of those guys is the majority of my views. I know. I get messages, I get emails, I always get phone calls. You know, some of y'all always trying to find a point to make. It's a minority of that some of y'all because the majority of us catches on. Because the majority of the guys who wants to do this and be on this, that's back there on that back street, are the ones down in that basement and enjoy watching me go the fuck off sometimes. Because they want me to catch all y'all bullshit. They want me to catch all these people out here just jumping into these pedigrees all the time. Different parts of the country too. We got them in every state. Got them in every state. I'm probably one of the internet guys that the guys just enjoy coming back to. But they all might get up in a room, a bunch of dog men, and sit there and talk shit about the show. And their argument is stay on them because we know how it is out here. And there's more fakeness going on upstairs that we can't stand being upstairs. You don't hear no basement guys studying their shit out. You don't hear no basement guys breeding their shit. You don't hear nobody running around trying to jump on no basement champion that y'all know about. No, y'all don't. So how's it supposed to get better if y'all don't even, y'all been disconnected? Y'all been down there excommunicado. Because the upstairs is so bad that the downstairs has treated it like it's the COVID. They don't want that shit nowhere around them. They love coming to this show. Half of them don't describe it because they don't want their names to be popping up in case the describer list came out, like I told y'all. But they keep reminding me, don't let them talk you out of that shit, your game, bro. Because we are the majority. Don't ever let them stop understanding that. The only the minorities, and those are usually the fake ones, that they want to be you. Stay on that. And they're all right. As long as you keep reminding me we are still the majority of the conversation when it comes to the history of this game, and where this game will be able to move forward is only in where it's at. Regardless of what you think and how you feel, if you ain't the one contributing to that fact of the box, then you know you ain't no contribution, in your opinion don't mean shit. Not to some real people that's really doing this shit. We don't want to hear from you. And I'm speaking on all the guys in the backstreet who want me to keep reminding y'all of that. Y'all ain't doing what they doing. Y'all ain't taking the chances that they taking. They carry the history of these dogs on their back. Don't y'all forget that. And it's the majority of that makes the history, not y'all. Not your crazy ass breedings, not your bragging around what you got, not the fact that you got somebody over here because he ain't in the journal, he just is great for y'all. That's all good and well done. Because even he wasn't in the journal and he had a badass dog, if I had his weight, if he was willing to let somebody come in, he don't have to be in no journal. All you got to do is have that dog. Don't ever think that damn box didn't mean more than anything than the fucking journal. The box made the journal. Whether you wanted to be a part of it or not, one thing for damn sure, you was definitely a minority. Period. Not our damn fault. Thank God for the ones that had the balls to get in there and make it a majority, so we can have some type of history. We don't go looking at your pedigree, have the damn time the first to the third. We don't know who the hell your dogs are. We always see us going to the back. To the back. What's in the back? Shit that y'all know y'all can reference to. Who gonna sit there and deny that? Still running around here calling shit Red Boy Jeep and all this other shit, because you ain't got nothing in front of it to put there. Yet you got the nerve. The nerve, because y'all don't have nothing to back on. Because y'all ain't the ones doing that shit. All y'all doing is trying to breed some damn dogs papered up. All that. Y'all ain't doing shit in the box. The basement is telling me to tell y'all shut up. Don't act like y'all doing something that y'all ain't. That's their argument to me. Don't let them get you away from that fact right there, twin. That's the fact. All this other shit don't matter. Because it ain't what makes the history, and it's not what makes this game what it is. Period. You got more guys trying to punk somebody down with their yard and still don't never seem to get it done. Like the backstreet said. Like the basement is always speaking about. Never see that. Never see that. Guys have a love like I do. They have a passion like I do. They don't have too much to carry their names like I did. Or like the others before me did. Because they do not have the reference. But one thing they do have. One thing they do have that will carry this shit on. And it won't be y'all. It won't be y'all.
It'd be that fraternity. That fraternity. That basement who knows the information. Who's done that, who is the information. Those who can separate the truth from the false. They make the difference. They make the difference. Y'all forgot about them, but they ain't forgot about y'all. They sit back and watch. You know, twin, don't let them hate on you, man, because, you know, the majority of us love you, bruh. They ain't nothing but the minority. And based on the minority that they checking out, watching these shows, they know y'all ain't part of that community. They know it just a show of shit. Because you wouldn't be thinking like that, like they said. They only think the way they act, and you know they don't play like we play. We don't know why they take the chances of having these dogs, but I know why a lot of us still take the chances that you took too, twin. You are a competitor, stay a competitor. You a warrior, stay a warrior. And I answer them like I always do. We scratched the win, bro. My attitude ain't gonna change no how anyway. From the day I sat down in this chair, I came in here as a competitor, talking shit. Never will forget about. I said I could take 10 out here and make great dogs. And don't need a book, and you'll know about them. That's just based on the simple fact because it's not hard when the majority upstairs, the shit that we listen to and the shit that I hear and the bullshit that goes on in this dog game upstairs, and it is upstairs, has nothing to do with the history being made downstairs. Nothing. Just remember that, y'all. Because it's the downstairs that's reminding me that I'm not doing nothing wrong. Those who always wants to be something that they can't be are so quick to tear it down, or so quick to use you as a pedestal to catapult on. But what audience are they trying to grab? Because the audience downstairs, you ain't catching them. They just reminded me of that. You know, they're getting a kick out of that. Because you're going to find them in the book. You're going to find them being retired. You're going to find them sitting back just reminiscing. You're going to find them probably sitting back at a whole little young school or guys that they mentoring. They can sit around there and enjoy the kind of conversation that we talk about in this room. To give them insight on probably some shit that they telling their little proteges. See what I tell you? This is what I'm talking about. You know, they also like the editorial that I put up about Loctite Rudy. Because even in Loctite Rudy's words, he spoke the same words that I spoke. First of all, he showed where they was running good and hot. They was having good luck. They was doing good. It wasn't even luck, it was work. And they were doing good. And when you're doing good, there's sharks out there. Those sharks we do call the fast lane. We're going to hear about you. And he said it in his own editorial. Yeah, they was asking about you. There's that knock. Regardless of all the kicking ass they was doing, they still got that knock. That means that proves to you what I said before. And how many of y'all got that ruckus stuff in y'all bloodline? Pretty understandable that you know who the body snatcher is. You know, they had good dogs. That's what the fast lane did. and gave him an opportunity. Look, man, we will come into your backyard where your dogs sleep at. This is in his own editorial. No, are we going to take something away from who Loctite Rudy is? I mean, lockdown Rudy is? Really? No, I wouldn't. I don't. Did that knock down boot camping them because they want to stay at home? Like I told you, most of them did back then anyway, which is another proven fact. He was glad to stay home and have them travel to him. You know, he wanted to prove a point. That's competitiveness. He opened the door. He was being a competitor. He did not care. Come on in. Give me all the advantages you want to give me. And that's what they did, because that's how the fast lane works. It ain't nobody too bad to be bad unless you, like I said. Pandy is the only one that I said that didn't take a bunch of dogs, her and May May, that didn't nobody want to jump on, even when they were open to the world. Some dogs that they just didn't nobody want to mess with. Didn't take 10. It didn't take 8. Because in each one of them, those are our competitors who didn't give a damn. Luther killed 7 in a row. Killed 7 in a row. You would have thought by 4 in a row, nobody'd leave him alone. But yeah, we're dealing in a different era too. That was the name of the game, competition. It took 10 tries for somebody to try to beat Tornado. It took 8 tries for somebody to beat the Queen. It took 4 tries for everybody to be convinced in the world that it didn't take 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10 to know that Pandy could not be whooped. And nobody was even competitive enough to even try to help make her a grand champion by maybe thinking they had one to go against her. Give her that shot. See, I don't know where your frame of mind y'all in. But in the frame of mind of dog man and competitiveness, Pandy's gonna always have 95% of the dog man that knew why she's not a grand champion. They're gonna put her above Queen. They're gonna always put her above Tornado. They're gonna always put her above any other great dog, Shady Lady, and all of them. When it comes down to the baddest bitch, because it only took 4 people, 4 competitors. Must have been 4 good ones too, to convince everybody else, that that's not the way to go. The way she was retired as a full-time winner. Same with May May. May May died of unfortunate death. Maybe she would have got hers on. But she was out there to be gotten. She whooped 2 champions. One, preferably in his own book, was the grand champion. I don't know about in y'all world. So I know in that basement, you got a dog that's doing that, she would be falling up in the number 2 with Pandy. Not because she's Mayday's daughter. It's just the fact that she was a champion of champions. That means she was a champion beater just like Angus. Angus was whooping champions that was whooping champions. May May was whooping champions that was whooping champions. Mayday was whooping champions that was beating champions. That's fast lane shit. That's shit that you're not gonna see, you know, with somebody sitting on their garage putting a pedigree together and bragging about how tough their dog is and why we should be buying his puppies. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking in a whole different type of conversation. A lot of you guys wish y'all was in that direction. You don't have a lot of you guys haven't even I hear you always on Facebook. You gotta call your dog. Gotta call your dog. You ain't gotta call your dog if you ain't trying to box your dog. Everybody don't gotta box their dog. You're right, but guess what? History wasn't made on your type of dogs, bro. Get that through your head. Not one part of this game was built on y'all type of dog. Everything got its answer where it was supposed to always get it and will continue to get it. Might be slow in the upcoming, might be slow in the making, might deteriorate to the point that it won't even be being done anymore. Because the best way to kill something good is to spoil it. That it has been. You know? You can't even talk shit to somebody out here and tell them to go get a dog. Right. Next thing you know, you might get a knock on your door talking about promoting dog fight. Make some of you guys so brave. Maybe some of y'all don't even have dogs. I don't know why y'all talk the crazy stuff you talk. But when you try to be something that you ain't, especially to a person like me who really don't care, because I'm going to give you me anyway. You might not like it. You know, maybe it's the way we do in our approach, but one, we are Marines, two, we raise pit bulls, and three, we fight them motherfuckers. And don't be giving a damn who and where we've been. And that is a lifestyle that we retired with. I got something to talk about, whether y'all like it or not. It's not the problem. It's how you take it. You ain't ready for this game here on this soft side because I play in the basement, then stay away from that basement damn door. That means that's the door that I hang out at. You don't like the way I deliver, stay off of that damn contact because I'm going to compete. And if you have a weakness, I will use it against you. I don't have to talk about your family. I ain't got to talk about your dogs. I'm going to talk about you, period, because one thing that I can do, I can answer questions. My problem with y'all is when I ask y'all the same questions, y'all can't give me answers back. You give me a whole bunch of other bullshit. And that's what's taking the fun out of me doing this. Because I don't need a bunch of nobodies that wannabes with all y'all answers to tell me shit, man. I'm not here to do the show to make y'all feel like y'all saying something right when you're not to me. I ain't gonna never agree with you. I'm not gonna never go along with you, and I will continue competing on that issue until you get to the point that you can answer one of my questions. That's a real good one. What do you have? Give me somebody that got something to give me a good conversation. Y'all trying to tear up some shit between us and Bobo, J-Bo, while we compete. Even in the end, he still went to the journal to prove his point. And to my good friend J-Bo, there was a possibility that dog's name was a champion inside that book. That he didn't register as a champion in the journal. Because maybe he was a champion. But if he never applied for his application, remember, every dog that's in that journal and is published in that journal as a champion or a grand champion, even registered merits, we have to give Jack those pedigrees. How do you think they get those pedigrees on those champion certificates that they publish it? I mean, they're talking to somebody in that camp that told them how that dog was bred. You know? Here, let me just pull it up and let me remind y'all. J-Bo can probably go in there if that dog was a champion and pull up all three of that dog's matches. Right there in the journal. Probably got referees sitting right up there on that shit. But if you don't apply for your championship, how is he supposed to print it up for you and give you your certificate? Remember, that's where we were so late at because we wasn't registering our matches. We wasn't doing that. Somebody else was doing that. Jack just so happened to see, kept seeing us up there, but he saw Storm and Norman's. I told y'all this story. He saw Storm and Norman. He knew Storm and Norman. Storm and Norman was one of the first people to breed the Red Boy. That's right. He was real good friends with Katie Marlowe. And he asked him about it. And even that's when I told you he said something about us in Puerto Rico. Jack Kelly called me. And that's how I got my dogs registered in the journal. And that's why it almost took a year later, but they was registered in the journal because I didn't never register my dog's matches. And I had total of 6 matches in there. I mean, a lot. I'm talking about just them Bratton where they was up for the championship. You know, so that's the way he could have missed that. Because if he wasn't subscribed to the journal, and that was another thing, when I subscribed to the journal, even though I was reporting matches, the journal never had my real name. I had my subscription to the journal under Going Hard Kennels. So I didn't ever have my name in the journal or on the journal. It was always GHK 22, GHK. It was, Going Hard Kennels in the address, but never had my name. So everything you see around me or us in that journal is going to have GHK. But I got the information to him. That's why when you see Brat's pedigree, you see her pedigree. You see Mama's pedigree. You see a lot of these champions' pedigree. Let me see if I'm plugged in here. I think I am. Hold on, guys. I need my glasses. I want to share that with y'all because there was a possibility. I just wanted to make sure my boy J-Bo knew what that possibility was. I'm trying to catch me a good pedigree, y'all. Okay, here's a good one. West Coast one. BBK's Blackie. Now you see all that? You see the pedigree, you see the dog's name, but then you see the kennels. The referee. But look at the little shit he wrote on it. A West Coast dog from East Coast breeding won his first wild in the hands of sudden death kennels. They went back to his breeder, BBK, and won 2 more in his championship. See that shit? BBK was known to go and buy those dogs like that too. They bred that shit, they went and bought their shit back. And then went on and win 2 more. But how do you think that got in the journal? See there on the the left-hand side, you see the match numbers. It tells you the match number and the year it was in. How you think that got there? Somebody had to give Jack that information to present that certificate. Yeah, he has the match numbers because the match numbers are assigned when they're in the book. He assigned them when he registered them in the book. So he must have had some type of database that he can pull that dog up and see the registered matches that that dog had under him, because they're going to be in those. Them numbers are going to lead you to that book. You go to 97, you go to whatever book, 456, that was probably in 97. That was probably the first edition, January, February. Then you got the referees. See the captain down in there. Then you see the Cali Cartel. Those are recognized referees. All these are sent in the report when they're being sent in. That's why some of these referees are registered, recognized referees, and then y'all see them on some pages where they're not even recognized as referees. And then you go in there and look at their championship. You see in their matches, you might not see that one, but then in the championship, you might see that one there. All kinds of changes happen when he starts putting these certificates together. So did nobody register, or wasn't nobody that had Champion Maverick, subscribing to the journal? They might have been reporting his matches and just didn't register or apply for his championship, because you got to apply to get the information to look like this on those certificates that he published inside the journal. That didn't just take somebody pulling up 3 matches and just putting it out there in there. Somebody had to tell Jack, because everybody had to apply for the championship. Everybody. And I showed you a whole bunch of dogs that did that. If you don't apply, you know what I'm saying? Your matches might be there, but somebody just didn't apply for his championship. Don't make you no less a dog. Not at all. You just don't know. I didn't know him anyway. I know somebody was telling me that Mississippi Hot was in there. Well, I'm not saying that he wasn't. That wasn't my argument. My argument was the comparison of he did the right thing. He went and showed where Mississippi Hot was in the book. Still don't mean that I was supposed to know him, but he was there. The one thing he cleared up for me, he showed me he was more than just a nobody. That's what he did. He showed me he was in the book. He showed me he not only was he in the book, he had good referees, recognized referees. So one thing he did, he fell right in the same pot of grease as me. Look what he used to reference. He has something to reference too. Just like I could do the same for him. I can reference to J-Boat in the journal. But, for a personal opinion between them, Lockdown Rudy, you know what I'm saying? Mississippi Hot, Mississippi Mike, New Orleans boys. These are a bunch of people down there in that Cajun area that had dogs. A lot of them made champions. A lot of them reported their matches. So I don't be wanting to frown on the ones that did that. I be wanting to frown on the ones that didn't, while y'all want us to stand up for those people that didn't. Okay? I don't have nothing against them. But they, in your opinions, don't have nothing to frown against those who did. Not taking nothing away from those that didn't. But you can't touch those that did, because you don't fit that category. You can keep that personal opinion to yourself, because you only want to make them great. It'll never pass the muster with those who put their shit out there who was actually registered champion. We won't never want to hear that shit because you ain't no different than us. You could have did the same thing we did. You didn't feel like you had to, then we ain't got no problem with that. But don't try to sweat that shit on us like you better than us, because we can see. We can see. If we can't see you, then you trying to come to us blind. You the blind one because you can't tell us something that we can see for ourselves. You can go out there and whip some of the top name kennels and don't never have to be around that book. And the top name kennels and felt your wrath. You don't need to be in no damn book. And let me just make myself clear. You don't need a book when you got a good dog. Even if you ain't got a book. Your dogs is out there winning, you don't need a book. Competition's gonna fulfill that. They just ain't nobody out there writing them down. But that history will still be written. It'll still be written. You just y'all don't have a book to play on. That's why y'all look so away from the book, because you don't have an idea of what it was to be that in the book and why everybody was doing it, the majority of it. So don't go getting all mixed up like the majority was the ones that wasn't doing it when you're wrong. That's the minority. We don't take nothing away from the minority, but you can't be taking your minority trying to throw it up in a status of the majority and think it's not going to be challenged. Because you had every right and every opportunity to do what those guys did, to put their names out there, to take that risk to exploiting themselves, and to put themselves into that history blanket. Now, because they don't make it, because everybody don't know, no need to be trying to put somebody down. I got that, man, because I want them to keep on looking at it, because I'm basically explaining what everybody failed to see, and that's the format. The format of how this thing worked. It just wasn't about jack this, jack that. You had to put the work in to get that too. You know what I'm saying, y'all? It's just the format, not particular dog in progress, but the process. Gotta have it. You know, that's just a point to be made clear. While you're always out there trying to defend. Good dog men don't need to defend shit. We try to be nice as possible because we compete. You know. And I like the way they talk because they like to be reminded. They like to be reminded. They're doing something for the love of it, and there ain't no journals out there for them. There's nobody out there speaking in their behalf. And they are all right. Because the journal don't need it. The basement don't need no help. The basement is built on competitiveness. It's always have been. It's not nowhere in a 5,000 subscription of dog men out there. It's not a whole big abundance of recognized kennels of yesterday in today's world. See, they got smart a long time ago, basically, you know, those that made it through the saga and got out alive, but a lot of them they didn't. I think most of us real dog man, all of us got some type of case over these dogs. And it's really hard to say, you know, was it the majority of us that got cases? Sometimes it feels like it because I don't know too many big ones that didn't. You know what I'm saying? I just don't know too many big ones that didn't get jammed up or caught up with a dog case at some point where they was trying to take our shit or did take our shit. So it was, to me, what I call attack on the dog game, the way, they came at me, and, the way they came out of a lot of guys. And people always saying the dope game messed the dog game up. Well, I don't think it was the dope game that messed the dog game up. Because one thing about it, if you was selling dope, then you was shooting crap. And if you wasn't shooting crap, you was fighting dogs. And in some cases, you might have been doing them both. In some cases, they used to had the ATVs. They used to race them. They used to race cars. When dope game was plural, it was really heavy gambling going on. The one thing I can honestly say about the fast lane and dope boys in the dog game, big money always attracts sharks. Don't mean you have to have a lot of money. You can have a badass dog and you'll still attract a shark. And money is not an issue. It's the competitiveness of, I want to see if my dog can beat your dog. In some cases, both parties jack up a pot because they got a pot. But it's not always like that. It's not always like that. Everybody gets their opportunity. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has their opportunity. If you was meant to be great, you got a chance to be great. Because it's not happening on Facebook. It's not happening on a podcast. It's not happening in a chat room. It's not happening in an email. It's happening in a box. And it will always happen in a box. If y'all want this line of dogs to continue through all the headaches and heartaches that we have faced, all we have is our history. And thank God we have that, because we always fall back on the history to get an idea of what the future looking like. Y'all don't, a lot of guys, if I was to say, I wonder what dogs are great dogs today. Every one of y'all would try to throw up y'all pedigree and claim the fame of some shit. Y'all would. But I can guarantee you, there's some people in the basement you would love to have that conversation with y'all in the basement. They wouldn't want to have it upstairs. They would have it. They want to have that conversation downstairs. See, that's the difference, and that's what we need to stop looking at, as far as tearing people down and beating people up. We getting away from, and not me in particular. I'm continue being like, I'm starting to lose, my interest, because I'm battling people that I can't ask them about themselves and they don't have shit. That's the thing I don't like. I don't like no competition. You know what I'm saying? They're too easy to get rid of and they're too easy to quit. See, that's not what competitiveness is. So, like they say, you be hitting them with the right thing. You can answer their question, but they can't answer yours. Yet they have every other excuse not to. And you should really start questioning who is the person asking the question. And it makes sense. got people who want to learn, and then you got people who just want to act like they're better than everybody else. But one thing about it, if you can't show what so many of us that came on these shows and showed, you know what I'm saying, and you can't respect that, then I would start advising you not to do that in this room. Because it's going to get real, real bad. And when it start getting real bad, the way we behave, it's because we're getting down towards that end. And see, one thing about it, they know how we scratch the wind. And I tell you, the majority of my viewers that really make this show rock, they be wanting to make sure that we stay on top of this shit. Because we want to stay with the dog game. We don't want to get away from that. We want to stay with that. I don't know how many of you guys have really got a chance to have journals. I want to start doing more in depth in them. Like, remember I had that book of journals, 1972, when Jeep and all those dogs was in it. A lot of dogs was in that book. But these are a lot of the dogs, y'all, that we started off with. I had, like, Boomerang was in there. Remember Boomerang was the first reported champion. We had some pretty nice dogs in there. And that's where it really all started at. That book of champions in 1972, that was the first book that I got when I started collecting my journals, but mine was a little small one. They got it like in a big version, but mine was like a little small one, had that same picture of Jeep in the front. But that's a good book. Because most of the dogs that y'all speak on are in those pedigrees. Even though these are like 20, 30 years later, and we still saying Jeep. We still talking about Bully Son. We still talking about Art. We still talking about Angus. And the closer we get away from those dogs, now we're talking about Yellow Man. Now we're talking about Mayday. We don't even really talk about Mayday as much as we talk about Barracuda and Macho Buck and those type of dogs. You know what I'm saying? There's so many other lines. The Gardner lines seem to be doing pretty good for as far as, remember, I can only go up to, I'd say 2002 to 2003. Because I always try to stay before the raid on work on the journal. When the raid happened on the journal, I think we all got kind of worried, when they collected it, and some of us were so loyal to it. They even after they paid the subscription, they paid it again, trying to get it back. Even when he got out, we tried to get it back up for him, but a lot of us just didn't do that no more. I was never one for, because I have my own problems with the law. You know what I'm saying? And I knew the law couldn't get me arrested for having a journal, but in the end, they really tried to do it. They tried to get away with it, and we got to be careful of that. But I like to go in because I don't know if everybody has that opportunity to have these books. And that's all I want to do. I want to bring these books to the front and share them with you guys. Because these are good books. And I really did like the Jeep book because it was pretty good. Didn't get a chance to go all the way through them and stuff. And that's what I like to do. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go through these real nice quick ones and stuff. And as I go through them, These are like the beginnings, y'all. I mean, look at the dogs and the names. A lot of the names we may have forgotten. Willie Brown's Lady was the first dog to earn the title of champion. After Don Mayfield, as the editor of the Pit Dog Report, revived the practice of awarding the title of champion to a dog after it had won 3 matches. Lady was a 34, 36-pound red bitch that had won her 3 in 1971 and 1972. And that's the Pit Reporter. The first champion. Oh, Don Mayfield shit. I wonder why he did that. You ever ask yourself why he do that? Why was it important that he start doing that? And why did it catch on? Why didn't it just stay over there with, why didn't it just stay right on over there with the pit report and don't go no further? What attracted everybody to that to make it, for everybody to start jumping on that bandwagon? It led all the way down to the journal, right? Let's keep going, because this is a journal here. We know those dogs. We know who's Butcher Boy. Or I wish I had a picture of Butcher Boy. I would always want to know why they always said that he was a dog. He was real close to Snooty. But look at Boomerang. A light-colored red dog. He won 5 times and was the first to become a grand champion. He won his first at 39, but was matched later as high as 42. His longest was 55 minutes against Teal's Tramp, 1971 to 1975. And we know Teal's Tramp. And then you got Butcher Boy over here beating the great Samson dog. And then we got this one over here. Look at that nibbler stuff. That's some of that, they call that. Some would call it the Old Family Red, and then some just call it the Red Bulldog. Some of the guys, they didn't, even though it had nibbler in it, some of the guys, they didn't want to align, even though it had the blood in it, they didn't want to align it too much on just being a family nose red dog line. I think this was one of those dogs. His famous match was one of the one he lost to Divine's Cassius Clay on 1 hour and 47 minutes. And that match right there, guys, it was a historical match. Cassius Clay was a hell of a dog. And Divine himself goes back into that era where, you know, in that early era of the 80s and the 70s. And out the 90s, you're gonna find them, you you will see that they was around in my time. I have several opportunities to see Divines in action. I saw when they went to Lucky Stripes, and I saw when they went into one of our dogs, Pharaoh. In both cases, I've seen them lose, but they lost with good dogs. Both dogs was going for Lucky Strike was going for his championship. But the Divines have always had great dogs. Their line of dogs speak for themselves. I would never say that they was great as, the boys' dogs, but I can honestly say that, Divine and them had a lot of winning dogs. And they can, you know, they had their line of winning dogs that were instrumental in today's dogs. Now, Strider dog, Red Dog, I heard he was a hell of a head rider, too. Great Canadian dog. I know now y'all know about this dog here, too. That Andre Giroux stuff. A lot of y'all wouldn't know who these dogs were because there's no familiar names there on Giroux. Got that Klaus. You start going back a little further, you start seeing all that Klaus stuff. But look at these dogs. These are the very dogs that we see in the pedigrees today. Why do you think these dogs, and why did you think they started doing this? They tell you about a few of the people that the dogs won over, but they ain't going down into how the genre evolved into just listing the matches themselves. Jensen and Glover's Grand Champion, Tuffy and Dolomite. These are definitely Ohio dogs. Let's say Tuffy a buckskin, 47, 53 pounds, won his five matches between 1974 and 1977. He never had to go over 52 minutes in any of his matches. And in March 1975, he won over the highly regarded Coin Pepper in just 9 minutes. Dolomite was the smaller version of Tuffy. Was matched in 1973 to 1975 at between a 37 and 39. Littermates. And as I go through this stuff, like that Clayton's Priscilla, Frank Bunce ended up with her. And he ended up breeding that bitch right there to Art. Some damn good dogs. That dog beat 3 good ones over here. A greaser. I didn't say much about Andre's dog right quick. I pick up that little bottom piece over here. The great Canadian catchweight dog won a total of 8 in a long career that started in 1970. He went over the hour mark on 5 different occasions. A red dog and one of the only dogs to earn all the titles available. Champion, Grand Champion, and Registered Married at that time. See, this is the beginning. This is how it all started. And I always ask myself, these are names and people we see. I don't know how many of y'all remember Dusty Long, but for us older guys, we do remember old Dusty Long. You know, I know him from some reason. I knew him that Dusty Long through Paul because I heard him speak about him. And when I see him now, I see why, because there's those Hetry dogs. And if you notice, even over here on the Mayfield nigga, you know, Stinson and Glover, we still dealing with different dogs that what they got. These dudes, they wasn't stuck on a bloodline, they were stuck on matching dogs. That's two dogs. 400 and Gomer. Got they bred. Still, I always say, good pedigrees make good dogs. There's always a pattern to them. And as we go down through these pedigrees, we see them doing it back then. Remember, they built the standards on what we talk about today and the very dogs that we use today. We still hold to those very same standards. Y'all know it. They go Frank Bunsen. Just speaking on 1974. In 1975, won his third over Brian's Killer in a 1 hour and 53 minutes after being behind all the way. Game comeback. That's just an indicator of what you look for when you go into Frank Bunce anyway. Now, he was part of that crew that ran with old Sheriff Powell and Sam Lambier. Go back and look into some tornado shit and go down there and go a little hunting down in there where I told y'all to go play around in that bottom side. You'll see all them guys down in there. Sam, Powell, and my man Lud. They all had this thing going. And they was using North Carolina dogs. I can tell you that because I told you the story. Remember, both of them was red dogs, big dogs. One over famous. They won over famous dogs, the bullet dog of Mahoney. Mahoney's Plummer, Soko, and Hammers Bruno. He lost in 2 hours and 45 minutes to Williams Pisto in 1974. The fourth win included one over Becker Davis Chavo. That's who beat Chavo in 2 hours and 30 minutes. But I bet you that was a hell of a long match. See, this is still, we talking about, this is the beginning. How many of us really get a chance to really sit back and grab such a book? You know, we only hear about them. They only come interesting when we got a chance to have them. But you seem like you lose the appreciation of what this was all about and why we started out doing this. I didn't want y'all to get to the point that y'all done forgot so bad that y'all forgot these dogs right here. Very dogs we look in these pedigrees to look for if you think you got some shit in your yard. You go looking for these type of dogs. Y'all know it. Look how long ago these dogs are. That's not even the point. What would happen if we was to erase all of them? We wouldn't have nothing to come back for. Look at Stubby Field's grand champion, Buddy. Kingfish dog. Grand champion Art. A lot of red dogs. They got Art as a red dog. See that? Buddy was the first dog to become a champion that was not from the Southwest in general, or more precisely from Texas. The Brindle dog, he won 5 between 73 and 74, 43 to 45. But they say he was the first champion that did not come from the South, Southwest in general, especially Texas. They were doing all kinds of shit in Texas, wasn't they? Texas was still a good spot. I think, as the years went by, you got to remember a lot of the great kennels was in Texas. Grand Champion Art. And I'm going down through here because most of the dogs we done ran across, we see these very dogs in pedigrees. We see these dogs right here, still in pedigrees. We look for these dogs. These dogs, we know the back end of these dogs is the future of what was created in the dogs that we have today. And look what we're doing. This is when these dogs was being tagged champions and grand champions. You know what I'm saying? This is from New York. Hello? Okay. Or freezer repair? Uh-huh. Okay. Can you do me a favor? It's a Steak and Shake restaurant. Okay. Do me a favor, send me the address and the phone number and the manager who's going to be in charge or a contact number. And can I call you tomorrow when I get to the office to put it in your computer? Because we're closed right now. Yeah, we can try to make it tomorrow. All depends on what I do when I get there. Yes, and give you an idea of what's going on. Because I don't want to be there 5 minutes and tell you I'm charging $135 and I'm there for 5 minutes. So okay, so yes, ma'am. Okay, and just give me a number where I can long as somebody know I'm coming, I'll stop by there and just send me the address and I'll stop by and check them. Well, hopefully I can catch them early in the morning because I really don't work on Saturdays, but I know that's a restaurant and they need cooling. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Bye bye. Sorry about that, people. Okay, sorry about that, y'all. Customer calling after hours, but I do take care of them. I want to put them off to the curb. Like you got Grand Champion Hank up there. You got that Kennels Princess. These are dogs we're going to end up seeing in the forefront, and this is just the beginning of something. What we're looking at now is what we call the beginning of what we have later on down the line, like the Sporting Dog Journal. How much it changed. This is like the first pieces of the puzzle. It gotten better. There go Drummer, Tudor's Jeff. I mean, y'all looking at the dogs, what are we noticing? It's still the same old thing. You're going to see these good dogs and you're going to see same old dogs in some of these pedigrees. It's like they was working with something. They was on to something. We done seen these pedigrees, we done seen these lines. There go Ross's Red Double. You know, we're gonna start seeing a little bit. You're gonna see there's a characteristics here. There's some more niggas that does go plumber's alligator. He lost to his half brother Payne's champion Hitler, 1975. You see that, right? Again, what do we see? We're still seeing that Tudor stuff. We still seeing that Mayfield stuff. But if you notice, look at the dog. We notice it. Still nigga. Still Klaus. There go Hitler. That's the memory to say he lost. That's the dog he lost to his half brother. Look how close he bred. So Hitler to the light. But y'all see what I'm showing you, right? I'm just going down through them. If I catch a real interesting one like Tommy, Alexander's Tommy, a buckskin dog, later on by Lamar Daniel and finally by Grady Cummings. But if you're checking out the pedigrees, majority of these dogs, just keep an eye on the pedigree. Folio and ew. Red Dog Master 75, 76, and 39, 41. Another Boudreaux. That's Hall's Bully Son Jr. Sorrel Star. O. E. Adams, whole bloodline of his own. To work him, Earl used to have to push him around in a wheelbarrow. He was that lazy. How you working him and you pushing him around in a wheelbarrow? Okay, y'all get me to understand that one. I hate a dog that don't like to work. I be trying to tell you, I'm trying to save your life. I wish he could understand me when I tell him that. You know what I'm saying? See these dogs, see the Stu Fowler stuff. Irish Jerry. Eubanks Zeus. We saw him earlier. But I mean, even back then, we still talking about pedigree. I said majority of the pedigrees of all great dogs is a good pedigree. There's always seemed to be a formula to it. This is like the beginning. This is where they, you know, come on now. This is what I'm talking about. Simpson and Glover, some more Mayfield stuff. Simpson and Glover, and they must have been down in Texas because a lot of these dogs, they Texas dogs. Look at Hopkins Tiger. And Hopkins is that stuff. That old red old family red stuff. You know what I'm saying? They go Honey Bunch. Y'all checking the names of them right now? Let's see what they was calling them back then. I was tripped out what they was with Irish Jerry's Honey Bunch. Adam's Candy. Oh, Candy, she was an active old dog for a couple years. Some great ones right there, but again, look at the pedigrees. They're one of the best producing bitches of all time. She won her three in 1975 and in 1975 at between 37 and 40 in the hands of Iris Jerry. Daniel Crenshaw purchased her from Jerry. She had been purchased from the UK. Crenshaw purchased from Jerry. She had been bred to some of the best dogs in the South, including Champion Rascal, Champion Otis, also Negro, among others. She was sold to Rick Johnson in 1979, and after having a litter of pups sired by Zebo, she died of natural causes. Great Honey Bunch. Look at Tuppy sitting over there. Look how Tuppy's bred. Tombstone. Keep in mind, y'all, this is like the beginning story. This is like the beginning story. We go back and we look in these pedigrees. The names change, but not the dogs' names. The owners might have changed a little bit, but some of these dogs y'all be seeing in your own pedigrees. Like Grand Champion Wee Hut. You know, Grand Champion Wee Hunt won a total of 7 times between 1975 and 1977, a black and white dog. But the funny part about it, they don't tell you when she was a young dog, they tried to match her and she lost. See, they forget that part. But after she lost, she came back and won 7. Under the standards, but they still call her a grand champion. But that dog lost her first time out. Look at Jody, another good bred dog. Pat Patrick, he wasn't just messing with bolio dogs. That's for dang sure. He was testing the waters. They was on something else. Chamberlain's Batman, Small Smokey, and Burwell's Jab. These are old good dogs. The shortest was in 1 hour. His shortest match was in 1 hour against Buns Grinder. Another great dog, Jerose Gunner. Again, look how the breeding is. These are dogs that we know. Same with old Fred T. Look at the dogs. Start down there wanting to ask themselves, is they using the same shit? Well, a couple of them was. Grand Championship, Simple Sailor. Won 5 between 1976 and 1979. It brings that way between 44 and 47. He had a bounce between. It said they had Louis Sissy. See what it says? Pit Dog Report declared Sissy a champion. However, no breeding was supplied other than that she was from Ernie Dykes. A red bitch, 31 to 33, 1976 to 1977. Again, remember what I told you guys? You had to apply. If you did not apply, or you wasn't subscribing, then, you know, how do you think they got these names of these pedigrees in the name of the dogs? So, you know, some things might have failed got missed through the cracks. But the possibility of that dog not making it to the journal is basically because Jack, if you don't apply for it, Jack ain't gonna do nothing. He might recognize it, but you know, he's not gonna certify it. Because remember, they had American Game Dog champions and they had Sporting Dog champions. You know, Game Dog Times, they had a different criteria for their champions. So you might be a champion in Fat Bill's book. 9 times out of 10, you'll be a champion in the Sporting Dog Journal. But the chances of you being a champion in the Sporting Dog Journal, there's a possibility under the American Game Dog Times, you might not have fit the criteria of being a champion in his book. So, you know, there's different things in that too. That's Crenshaw's Otis with that with that Andre DeRose stuff with old Otis. Big Red Dog win between 43 and 44. A wild, aggressive dog to handle. His wins included a 2.5 hour win over Wallace's Muscle. He lost his last time out to Steps Grand Champion Angus. Very rough dog, went 2.5 hours, so you already know he wasn't no joke. That's just one of the few champions that Angus was. There go Fowler's old Ronnie, Bad Ronnie, old catfish dog. They go to Panhandle Boys, Panama Red. He won 4 matches in 1976 to 1977, including a 32-minute win over Eubanks champion Zeus. Remember, he's the one that went in there and crushed Zeus. And Zeus was a good dog. And so was that kennel, old Eubanks. He had some good ones. We ran across a couple other ones of his. There's another group of good dogs over here, Freddie and Homer. We know those dogs too. I mean, you guys noticed that them dogs was almost bred like zebra on the top. We were looking for something good in that anyway, you know what I mean? Something good was supposed to come out of that anyway. Two good dogs. And then not only two good ones, a line of them. To be honest, Freddie, a red dog. A lot of red dogs. You noticing that, y'all? A lot of red dogs coming out of them 70s. A lot of guys don't like them red dogs these days. But a lot of them liked them back then. Freddie, a red dog, 45 pounds, a great ear dog. Had won 5 during his 1976 to 1978. He lost his 6th time out, going in the Grand Champion Angus. Like I said, Angus was a champion of champions, is what they called Angus. He was a champion who beat champions. There's Homer. We already know what happened with Homer. One of the greatest matches of all time. He won 4 prior to that. I was seeing some stories in Facebook talking about they set Homer up to give Jeep an easy win. How do you call that an easy win? 3 hours and 45 minutes. They're trying to say that lockup money, they rushed the keep. A lot of things was done to say that $10,000 though. Sad thing about it, they couldn't keep Angus on the chain to give him a chance to go in there and kill Jeep. Or it gave me a better shot with, all the check marks on Homer. We might have got a different match. There was too many check marks that we didn't check off on Homer. That we didn't match dogs, try to check off on our dogs to make sure our dogs is ready. Anytime you got a check mark that's not been checked off in your keep, hope for a good night. Hope for a good night and hope like it don't come back to haunt you. But you keep playing with that shit, it's gonna come and get you sooner or later. You gotta make sure everything is checked off. Don't leave no room for excuses. Win or lose, you leave no room. Champion Rascal, a black dog that was mastered 48 to 52 pounds. One of his 5 wins was against Wood Snooty, sandwiched between his wins where he lost to Syke Sampson in 1974 to 1978. Cooper's Blackjack. You see that stuff, more Lightning stuff, more Mayfield stuff. You see who was making sure their dog was registered. You see that, right? They was making sure their shit was getting registered. Crenshaw's champion hurt, 48, 50-pound dog. Later made to the famous Grand Champion Art, 1975 to 1977. Busy time during that time. Grand Champion Hope. Look at the pedigrees. I always said there's always a formula to great dogs. Even back then, when they was building dogs. I mean, this is the first journal. When I first started my journal, I wrote a letter to Jack and I asked Jack if I could have all the journals to bring me up to date and how much would it cost. I sent Jack $75 and Jack sent me everything. I had everything all the way up to the up-to-date journals that I had. So I had a chance early in the game when I got turned on to the journal to sit there and go through this book, just like you see me going through this book now. You know what I'm looking for? I'm looking for Snooty. I'm looking for the dogs I had on my yard. and understanding where they come from, like Pope had me doing. Pope the one taught me into this journal stuff. Prior to that, I ain't had nothing but Bill Stratton books, Richard Stratton books. Or Isaac Stevens. A buckskin bitch who weighed 35 pounds lost her very first match. She was picked up in 1 hour and 12 minutes. But let's say in 1976 against one of the best bitches of all time, Joe Noriega's Patches. In 1978, she won her third to qualify as a champion. She lost. She lost to a badass dog. How they hook that dog with that dog? Well, you know how the game go. He's always searching for the best. A lot of these great dogs ran into each other because they was always looking for the best. That's what the competitiveness was in the game at that time. Ozzie Stevens made it a point that was his career. I think these guys kind of set the mark for the competitiveness of the game. One thing that these guys, we was all learning. We was learning how to match these dogs. Competition. It's all about the competition. You want to make sure you got the best out there. Only way you can prove is you got to match them. That's the little mate to Grand Champion Hank. They bring a dog as big as Hank, 54, 55. He started his career just about the time that Hank was finishing up with his, 1977 to 1978. So that dog started late. I wonder if he had them turning tendencies like Hank. Did he win like Hank? Hank was just game as hell. This style probably bored the dog to death. But again, good breedings, y'all. These are not just thrown together things. If you notice, they all have some type of formula. What was this person thinking when he made this breeding? Grand Champion Joker, what was this person thinking when he made this breeding? And we're looking at the dogs that they're doing it with. We know the recognizable dogs, but look at the dogs that if you go back and look at the second generation, like on Samantha, he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was looking for when he made that breeding. Remember, he took his shit and he went and bred to Blue Boy. He knew what he was doing. 38-pound grand champion, won a total of 6 times, only going over the hour mark once against this Ozzy Outlaw. Included among his wins was a 34-minute victory over Bully Bob in 1976 to 1979. We're still looking at good pedigrees as we go down through here. Hounds Butcher Boy, another champion, a red 46 to 48-pound dog, won 3 up in the cold country in 1978 to 1977 to 1978. He lost to Crenshaw's champion Hurt in 30 minutes in November 1977. So somewhere in between there, before him winning his championship, he lost. But look what he did. He went into competition. Same with Oki. Look at his cross. Look at his breeding. Hanzo knew what he was doing. And for him to know what he was doing, he had to put it down. Remember, this is all in the beginning. These is pedigrees, and we go back in our 5th fourth and fifth generations and had these dogs if you're lucky. It's back there around my time, that's where they were. But look at the breedings, y'all. We still seeing Mayfield, a lot of Mayfield running around during that time. You know, you kind of look in this book and see what was winning. Well, we know we've seen a whole lot of Carver dogs. We've seen a whole lot of Mayfield dogs. We've seen a whole lot of that Bedrow dogs. We've seen it. We've seen a lot of red dogs and we've seen a lot of black dogs. We've seen a lot of champions going into champions, even back then. So the game was really built on going for the win. And if you notice, these ain't short matches on some of these. It was like it was a common thing to see some dogs go over an hour. Everybody don't like going over an hour. Well, you don't know how long you're going to go in a match. You got two good dogs. Look at little Popcorn. In 77 to 78, look how he's bred. Guarantee you want to see too many Popcorn dogs in any pedigrees. Look at G. I always had one little question I could always didn't know what that answer to this was. Now, they have 3 litter mates out of that litter. But yet, I see Jeep, I see Holly and Charlie. Somebody tell me, who was champion Missy? Was champion Missy Holly? Or was champion Missy number 4 of these damn litter mates? Good question, huh? We see 3 of them registered. But then there's a champion Missy that pops up. And she just so happened to be in my pedigree, and I think they got her being bred to Snake. But she's Jeep's littermate sister. Now, is that Holly or is that another champion out of this litter? Champion Missy. Charlie at 38 pounds, Spider Dog, his wins including a win over Mayfield Snow and a 33-minute victory over Hollis champion Shaker, 1979 to 1981. Again, we don't see nothing here about Charlie losing. We don't know if that was Charlie they used that day or not. We just don't know. Did the journal put it in there? No. Did they put even the question of that loss? Nope. But as you can see, competition does bring competition. Charlie beat champion Shaker. Shaker was a good dog. And he beat him in short order, 33 minutes. The third of the litter became a champion was Holly. Buckskin bitch, 35 to 38, she won 4 and was talented enough that she never had to go no longer than 36 minutes in any of her wins. Probably seems like the roughest bitch out of the litter. It always be those bitches too, though. To me, they always seem to be rougher. So she seems to me that they always gave Charlie the credit of being had more ability than his brother, but it looked like their sister had more ability than them both of them. She won 4 times, smashing everything she was on. Now just imagine a crazy ass Jeep bitch. Imagine that. We already know what Jeep dogs act like. Imagine this bitch here. We don't talk much about her though, do we? We don't even see her in many pedigrees. At all. And y'all know that. Interesting though, right? Oh, Peterbilt. 2-hour match over that what was it, Guns and Hammer. That's a good match, showing you gameness. Still got some Mayfield in there. The dog we just came up of, don't know too much about the Driller dog, but that McCullum's, one of the same McCullum's that had the Dapanato stuff. But it says that 47-49 Brindle Mel amongst his 4 wins was a 58-win victory over Fred Runyon's champion Blackjack in 1979, lost to Sex and Company's champion Mike. Again, showing you the competitiveness of the game. Showing you the competitiveness of the game. They go paddling. Big old dog between 49 and 50 pounds. He won 3 between 1976 and 1978. He is one of the more popular stud dogs of the day. That paddling stuff. Wonder why he was so popular. Can't say he didn't produce shit. He must have been something to be a very popular stud dog, right? So Stuffy Phil's buddy bred the Tommy Spider. Look at old All Girls Sunday. Another Andre Giroux. Look at his dog. You see the way he was playing with on his yard, he was on to something. Said, look, she won her matches, and none of them went over 21 minutes. Seemed like their matches got rougher and rougher. She didn't care. Another good dog. They go Jocko and Argo. Another pair of litter mates became champions. Jocko was a red dog, 46-48. He won 4, including 1 over Hodges' champion Brute in 1 hour and 15 minutes. A hard driving back end dog. He drove him, kept on punching him until he broke him down. Argo was also a red dog. He lost his last match to Trish champion Bumper in 45 minutes. Go Ozzie Stevens, back to work. Even though you don't know some of these champions, these dogs are champions. Kind of look at the way they bred, though. Dogs that we want catching pedigrees. Some of these dogs we want catching pedigrees, but some of these dogs is bred to some of the dogs that you do have in your pedigree. Or Davis Chavo, Grand Champion Candy. Even though he lost, he could still produce. Double bred off of Bully Sunwater a total of 6 times. She was also a very popular brood bitch. I mean, you guys got hand candy in your pedigree. I know Satan has it in his pedigree. was Stinson and Glover's champion Dolomite, being bred to Pansy. He won his fifth over champion Arrow. He was campaigned between 1977 and 79. Look at the dogs that were going on at that time, guys, because these are the very dogs that we see in the pedigrees of today. Remember back then at my time, I was able to look at these dogs and go through these books and see these things right here, and I'm learning. I was sitting there learning. Not only was I learning the pedigrees and what made these dogs tick, I was learning the competition. When you have the right dog, you believe in that dog, you become that warrior. And me being a Marine, it was a hunger. The competition became a hunger. It wasn't the factor to win an easy match. It was the factor was to win a good match. That's what competition was. Look at the three litter mates. All three of them is famous. Tonka Big Kimmer, Macho. Crass was a big, pretty nice, good dog at 46 pounds. He won all three of his in under 32 minutes, knowing he was a killer. He was a pretty rough dog. Now be a 33, 35-pound red-nosed bitch, 1-3. She was sold by the Uptown Boys to Indian Eddie. She died having puppies in 1981. Having a litter. Ozzie Stevens again with Frank Bunce. They go champion Arrow. They used to call Frank Bunce and them Bunce and Company. So that's the same Arrow. Then he lost his match to champion Glover. He won a total of 5 matches between 1977 and 1980. He lost his one match to Lim and Jacoby's champion Glover. See, a lot of these dogs you don't know, but if you look at them, it can tell you a lot. That look like a Pete Sparks breeding right there. Oh, Lee's Chump. They go Gaines Total Buster. Heavy, definitely heavy on the Kingfish. Kind of make you wonder, was he an old family red the way he was looking there, don't it? Like you want to chuck that red and down Kingfish, huh? They go Dave Adams, Queenie, off of Art and Spider. But if you just I'm going down through here, just make some pointers here. We see these bloodlines. You see them in your own shit. Zero, one of the best known dogs of this era. A winner of 6 matches at a weight of 41 to 44. He was owned at one time or another by 6 different dogmen. Lonzo Pratt, Lester Hughes, Dave Adams, and finally Rick Johnson. He won in as short as the time as 18 minutes and as long as 1 hour and 57 minutes. The Black Dog. He was campaigned from 1973 to 1976. Zebo was one of the most popular stud dogs of the day. Back then. I told y'all earlier, I said, watch these dogs with that Alonzo Andy and Alonzo Faye. Grand Champion Little Roy. "17 minutes over Carlos Bustin, 2 hours and 3 minutes over Junior Ledge." Long matches. Another Atlas Brewer dog over here to the right. Little So-So 41 black dog that won in the South between 1978 and 79. There go McCullum's, another McCullum dog. Little mate to Little So-So was also campaigning in the South. 1978 to 1979, also a black dog. She weighed 36 to 37 pounds. There go James Crenshaw with Rascal. Old time Fat Albert. 4-time winner in the Southwest, a little red dog that weighed between 31 and 32 pounds. Not too many people knew about that Alvin the dog, but I heard he was a pretty good dog. Now I was telling y'all before about that Hetrick shit, them dogs was some pretty good dogs. And as we can see them, we done ran into them a few times. Remember, that's the whole bottom side of Tornado. Champions produce champions. They go Champion Pharaoh. Got him one, Ivanhoe. I like going down through here. Again, steady pointing them out. Anderson, Smiley, more alligator stuff crossed with the art stuff. Always seem to bring good results. They go Grand Champion Angus. Angus was a black dog, 42 to 45 pounds. His record of wins is one of the greatest in the modern history of the pit bull dog. Angus won over one-time winner, two-time winners, a 4-time winner, and 2 champions. Crenshaw's oldest in Cumberland's champion Freddie. 2 good champions. Yet they couldn't keep him on the chain long enough to kill G. Just another story in the game. Remember that Trussell guy? Remember, just kind of keep your eye on that Trussell. Trussell was a good dog man. He was playing with a couple of different lines, and he was doing some real good shit with it. Jackhammer. Not too many people know that line, but you can almost pick it up on the bottom side. Give you an idea what you're working with. But that's what I was used to do. Probably why, like I said in the beginning, I had Snooty and Molly B. I had Bruiser and dogs. Snooty was, Snooty dogs was what I was working with from the Carolinas. That's probably why I started off with those Eli dogs or Snooty dogs. It was more Snooty on the yard than it was at that time. Champion Mike over Grand Champion Art and Champion Candy. Still crossing Art into the Kingfish stuff. Definitely was a work in progress. You got Indian Bolio, Patrick Tuffy, Almost the same stuff that created the Hollingsworth stuff, the Grand Champion Buck stuff. But look, Dragon was a black dog that was matched at from 42 to 48. He was born with a bad back leg and could never really be worked very hard, but managed to win 3 matches in spite of his handicap. Tell you what kind of bulldog he was. Tell you what the future was going to bring in them line of dogs too, and it did. Just give me your idea. Grand Champion Booger. Old Chocolate Dog, he won a total of 5 matches, including 1 hour and 33-minute win over Smith and Walton's champion Bad Billy, and a 30-minute win over Sambuster, Gilman's Sambuster. He went 1 hour and 33 with Bad Billy and beat Bad Billy. They go champion Wooly. Miss Wooly, the mother to Grand Champion Ace, was her little, that's his little mate's sister. Oh, Wooly was a good dog. A good dog man once told me after seeing Wooly win one, if I had a 48-pound, I'd change his weight to 46. Wooly won 3 in the tough Cajun country. He was a black dog between 1979 and 1980, and he was also a busy dog to win his championship in 1 year. In between 1 year, you know? You notice we see a lot of Mayfield dogs in this, you know what I'm saying? Oh, Playboy won 1 in 2 hours and 5 minutes over this one. He lost the second time out. Red and white dog, he lost the second time out, but won a total of 5 from 1976 to 1980. His last one was against Cummings Playboy, where he lost 2 hours and 5 minutes. That's what you call keeping them out there, ain't it, y'all? There go Popcorn. I can't say his name, but Forbes was a black and white dog, 39 pounds. He won 3 in 1979, included a 2 hour and 53-minute win over Houston's Grant. He lost his fourth time out in 1 hour and 15 minutes against Popcorn. And we saw Popcorn earlier. But look at his breeding, good bred dog. Gives you an idea of what they got to look forward to when they make their next breedings. You know what I'm saying? Grand Champion Snake. We seen the way they were taking Otis and breeding Otis. They was going to get good dogs. Just breeding Otis to all the right shit. Grand Champion Snake was another good dog who won in short order. None going over a half an hour. The fifth was his toughest, an hour and 47 minutes. An hour and 47 minutes over Cummings Bandit. They go Yellow John. They go Shaker. Shaker lost to Charlie in 33 minutes and 26 minutes to Jackson Tasmanian Devil. Probably a good dog, but he lost his last 2 times out. The Charlie and the Tasmanian Devil. Eli dog. Nope. Probably had the ability, probably even had the gamers. I think he might have lacked the ability. He was up in another level when he got down there around Charlie and Tasmanian Devil. There's Yellow John. Back then we called them dogs Red Boy dogs. I know when I first found out about Yellow John, Norman, he was calling them Red Boy dogs because it was Yellow hadn't really got a name like, Yellow John didn't really have a name like because it was just really Red Boy dogs at the time. And there was a lot of Red Boy dogs out there. He was just one of the start. But 1980 to 1981, I'm telling you, by the time that he started putting dogs on the ground, during that time, the Bulls dogs was just starting to hit their peak. When all of a sudden, these red dogs, these Red Boy dogs hit the scene and was out scratching everybody. I know they made a big impact up north when they came through there. They go Ozzie Stevens again, giving us an idea of what that Patrick stuff was going to be looking like down there in the past. Before it came along, Buck, the pattern was already being written. As you can tell, look how he's bred. The pattern was already being written on the upcoming of Buck, the coming of Buck, and everything that came after that. Set right here. See it right there on the screen. As we look down through here, we see some of these dogs, and we listen and see what they was doing back then. Now, if you take all this away and we don't have this information, how are we gonna ever go back in there and take a peek? At least we have these things to fall back on when we look at these dogs here. What makes it interesting in looking at them, this is before all the great shit that we got in our pedigrees today. These are the building blocks. If you notice, you got some that can win in the South, then you have some that couldn't. Here's a dog right here, Cherokee Chief. We find him in a lot of Bulls dogs. A buckskin dog that was matched at between 42 and 46. His 5 wins all came in the Deep South. Not an easy place to do it, but an easy place to win when you got the ability that these dogs ended up becoming and producing, which had a lot to do with the Bulls dogs. Let's just keep on down through here. Root was a black and tan. He won 4 matches, sandwiched around a loss to Chavis champion Jocko. He was campaigned all over the southern states in 1978 to 1982. He lost a second time to Murray Soraya Barron in a great match in 1 hour and 32 minutes. That's what you call competition. If he ain't quitting, he going back out there. He must have got picked up. It would be hard for me to believe he quit and they brought him back. Wouldn't you say? I mean, scratching out 1 hour and 32. There go Marley Jr. That's a pretty big dog, 55 to 56, 1-3 in the South between 79 and 80, all under an hour. Look at the breeding, probably some rough ass dogs. Then we got Steps Ruby. Pay attention to the breeding. A black 39-pound bitch won 3. She won over Mace Fields Easy, who had the same dog who beat Miss Pool Hall Red. She beat her. Tell you, Mayfield had them dogs, y'all. They was all looking for competition. We know who the competition hunters were. Grand Champion Snake Jr., more Mayfield stuff. That Mahoney stuff. We seen these early in the beginning when we started seeing all those dogs. Look at the Rose Patty. Busy man, wasn't he? There you go, back in Canada. During 1978, 1981. His first win was over Monte's Hurt in 2 hours and 21 minutes. Well, you know he was game. Snake Jr. He won all his 5 in the Northeast. Very hard mouth dog won all of his in less than 40 minutes. He must have been rougher than his daddy. Another Ozzie Stevens put together. Great dog man, fast lane dog man. He matched for competition. Always have matched his dogs for competition. So Pistol Pete. 1-4 in the Southwest between 79 and 81. A buckskin dog that weighed 49 to 53. A popular stud dog of the day. He had a whole lot of weight to play with, didn't he? Champion Red Eagle, Uptown Boys, Tilly. Master in the North and the South at 46 pounds between 78 and 81. She won 2 for the Uptown Boys, lost for STP her 3rd time out. The Mickeys and Maurice Hurry, and won her championship while owned by M. Coates. They must have liked her keeping bought her out and made her a champion somewhere else. Thompson Bullet. The red dog from the Southwest. He won 3, 39 to 40 pounds and 79 and 80. Barfield's Tuffy, Cajun Country, all left in 37 minutes. They go Bad Billy. Big back rangy brindle dog, 50 to 51. He won 5 between 78 and 82, including 1 over the highly regarded Black Sabbath. He lost 1 match to Grand Champion in 1 hour and 33 minutes. Holtz Booger. Still, only way that happens is got to take the competition. Competition. Some of these guys was just hunters for competition. I mean, to me, that was the fun of the game, the competition. Match your dog into something that could be better than your shit. There goes Smeller. Matter of fact, TJ is the litter mate to Bruiser, the dog that we had. That's Bruiser's litter mate brother right there. Off of Smeller and Miss Georgia. The brindle dog that was matched in the Deep South, 46 to 47 pounds between 1979 and 82. He won a total of 5 matches before losing to Klaus Festus in 32 minutes. You're going to hear Hog Roll right there. See what he using? He won 4 times in the tough competition of the South, and all in under an hour. Pretty sure it's a rough dogs. But if you notice the pedigrees, y'all, as we further down we're starting to see the champions of these dogs in the pedigree to some of these other dogs, like Wee Hut right here. The big dog won 4 before losing his last time out to Glover's Butcher in 1 hour and 55 minutes. A match from which he was picked up and gave a courtesy scratch. We know Golden Boy was game. Had too much heat on him. There's a red bitch, old Hicks big lady. Don't know much about the bloodline. 41 to 44 in the South. She lost her 4th time out at 32 minutes to Ball Jodine. Snooty Miss Puhar, Red Howard, the Astro. He won in the Northeast. He lost 1 match to Produce's Hubcap in 32 minutes. Hubcap was another good dog. He lost 1. Got one with the dog what he lost to, but it was a familiar name, I know. If I can remember. There's Red Eagle. Then look at the breeding, look at the pedigree, then you wonder why the Souls dog was working so well for them. Red Dog won his first 2 for the Uptown Boys and the next 2 for STP. That's when the Uptown Boys that got out, got into some shit, had to sell out the dogs. STP was there to back them up. Uptown Boys was another good kennel that ran on competition up there in that New York area. They was pretty good up there. They played hard and they ran hard, you know? See these pedigrees, guys? I'm going down through here because these are all, there goes Snake Man, Grand Champion Pedro. There goes some more littermates with that Panama red in it. Look at the breedings. We know these dogs because remember, this is where we come into Stein and Stubby Fields Buddy and those dogs right there. That was that Panama, that Panama red shit. There go Pedro. Black dog twice went over the 2-hour mark. He had many owners, but now resides in the kennel of Tom Gardner. 35 pounds, he was matched between 1979 and 1982. He was a little dog. Been over the 2-hour mark twice. Had to be game. Tom's kind of dog, wouldn't you say? Another snooty bred dog over here to your right, old Mike. One in the South. Went 2 hours and 6 minutes to win over Thurman's Bruiser. Armed and crazy, a black and tan that way between 36 and 37. He won his 3 between 1980 and 1982. He lost 1 match to Ronson Stockman's Dutch. It's not unfamiliar to run into this and you're looking to go into quality dogs. You never know. It's like a Sunday. Can't guarantee these wins. Y'all make it sound like it's so easy to do this shit. And that's, to me, it makes me think that when you feel that way, you can't have the experience that you claim you're talking because anybody who matches dogs know it's not that fucking easy. If you're trying to slick your way through there, like I said, it's all good to slick your way through because you ain't answering no phone calls. You ain't answering no doors that's being knocked on. Those are the guys that pick they fight. But you show me a famous guy who has a great line of dogs that did that. How you gonna have a great line of dogs and at the same time say that he didn't beat shit? Or he didn't go into shit? Well, we'll give you credit for coming up with that conclusion, but you can't take that and put that on the dog if he's producing dogs that are winning in other people's hands. If he's winning in other people's hands, how can you continue to say that? I mean, at some point, you got to put that on the owner and not the dog, and get the dog as just and try to get you some shit out of him if you want to win. Dog went over 17. TK, champion TK. Good bread. He's bred good. Off of champion Bully Boots. Miss Poolhall Red. Probably one of the contributors to her register of merit. I know a lot of you guys don't know that Rams Artie stuff. But this dog won in 3. He won 3 in the Cajun country. Cajun country is definitely a real hard place to go. Cajun country's always been hard, though. You know, I came up in the game understanding that the Cajun country was something big in the dog game because a lot of guys was like, you better know what you got before you go down that way. You better answer all your questions before you go down that way. Everything you think you got will be proven when you get there. And I believe that. I've been there. Good kennels that come out of there. Still good kennels that come out of them areas right there back in my time. Always have been. They kind of spread it down to Texas, though, too, y'all. That's why Texas became a lot stronger than they was. A lot of those Cajun dogs were slipping down into that Texas area, making Texas a tough place, just as tough as they was. Because Texas got on the bandwagon, started dipping up in there and grabbing dogs and running back to Texas with it. There go Champion Sugar. See that cross? We've seen that cross before. You know, Pete Sparks remind me of J-Bo. I look at J-Bo like he's the black Pete Sparks. You know, you don't hear much about Pete Sparks and how the contribute that he made to the game. But if y'all really go back and look a little closer in the J-Bo little world of dogs, he played the same game. He always had good dogs. Pete Sparks always had good dogs. And he was very knowledgeable and smart. And you know, I didn't point him out in a couple of those earlier, but you will see there were several champions that we ran across that had that Spark stuff in it. That is Pete Sparks. You know, Snooty being bred into the Bully Son stuff. We've seen that a couple of times. We know it works. We know it works because they was using it to show us that it worked for us to use it to make it work. Same with that Andre Giroux. Look how many times we done ran across Otis up in here producing great dogs. Being bred and down there into some old time stuff. A little of that old family red crossed into that stuff too. Buskin dog, won all 3 in the South. 4 of her litter mates were winners. Look at the breed. That's what made Otis such a good dog. Even though he lost. hello producer. Look over here to the left. Another red dog campaigned in the South. Coming off of Rascal. That Andre Giroux stuff. That Canadian stuff, it crossed as well. This is where James started crawling up the ladder with these great ass dogs. Now he's producing them. See, remember that Trussell stuff? We were talking about that earlier. They got more of that Hopkins stuff. I told you I pay attention and watch those dogs early in the beginning. I said, keep an eye on those dogs. Because what they doing, they setting the pattern. They setting the pattern for how to win. None of this bitch's 3 matches went over 27 minutes, all in the tough part of the Cajun country. Remember, I was speaking on that, them dogs. Remember that earlier? Them Trussels? We don't know much of him, but we can't say that he ain't in the book. If somebody was to tell me that man was a bad motherfucker, I would be able to tell you, I don't know who he was, but I know he produced some badass dogs. And I got somebody talking to me about his shit. If I'm not familiar with it, one thing I am familiar with, I know he's in that book. And I know I've seen him more times than what I just seen him right here. Enough that I spoke about these dogs earlier, and we still keep running across champions off this dog. And here this dog is sister winning down there in Cajun country. Got that lightning stuff being crossed into that cotton stuff. I'm telling what they was up to. I know y'all see all that Eli stuff over there on Pretty Boy. He won in 19 minutes. He ain't won in over an hour and a half. So we can't say that Eli shit ain't game. I can say the majority of it, depending on how it was bred, if you notice, all of these dogs, this got Ironhead, Carver, Eli, Boudreaux, just certain dogs, you just know that they all had some type of gameness in them. It's the way they were crossed. You got game dogs. And then sometimes the way you cross them, you got them rough ass curves. Some of them could be tested, and most of them couldn't. You know what I'm saying? Most of them was tested, but most of them couldn't be tested because they were too rough and they bit too hard and they had great ability. So that's how they kind of really made their foothold in the game. It would take some head-on collision with some great dogs to really test a good Eli dog or a good Carver dog. Turlington was on the right path. He was smart. He paid attention. And he took those 2 lines and crossed them to get his own shit. Basically, he just followed the pattern. He followed the formula. Not like it was something he created that was new. He just followed what he saw. And it worked for him. There go Champion Thor. Champion Thor, Smeller. Both litter mates. I think Thor was the only one out of that litter that really became something. Smeller produced some winners. But I always thought this was the dog that we had Bruiser on. Remember I told you about the red dog that the Robinsons had down at their crib? Their dog name was, they called him a champion. He was Champion Thor when we put Bruiser on him. Bruiser's Champion Red Lady. The mother, yes, right. The mother to judo. Rayleigh was a big bitch, 41-43. Her first match against Shayra's Edie Red was a classic. She lost her next one to Williams Angel and was sold to Max Coates, who finished her championship in 1 hour and 10 minutes. And in her last match, at 12 minutes. Atlas Brewers Red Lady. Look at Spike. Oh, he wasn't maybe not as great as producer as Eli and Art, but he definitely produced some because we didn't see maybe 2 or 3 champions coming off a hurt. Here goes Johnson's grand champion, Miss Rage. That's that schoolboy stuff. A winner of 5 matches, now went over 36 minutes. A black bitch. About as rough as you can get them. At 38-39. Say as rough as you can get them. That's about as rough as you can get it too. Cross that shit up. Champion Rocky and them came out of there. Big Red and them come out of there. Schoolboy stuff. It's just great dogs. But look how they bred. Jay was busted, was off a bully stand, as you can tell. Bully's son, Arts Missy. Arts Missy played a major part in that too, y'all. Keep in mind, Arts Missy was Boomerang's little maid sister. You know what I'm saying? So Arts Missy played a major part just as much as damn Boomerang. You know what I mean? This is what these old books taught me. Because I noticed they all had a certain pattern. Look at the Climb Diggers Bully Boots. A black dog that won his first for Larry Jarrett and then finished his championship with the Clam Diggers. Look how he's bred off of Pool Hall Red and Bully Bob. Even when they lose, they can produce. Another Bully Bob dog, White's Dusty. Going over 2 hours and 6 minutes. Look how they bred. Look at the pedigrees. Look, there's always some type of formula in a good bred match dog. I mean, even back here in the beginning, we're seeing majority of the dogs in this book. And they're all champions. It's proven to be true. Still. Jared Head. Brindle Dog 41 lost his first match to a 5-time winner, Joe, and then lost his last match to Hands Happy Jack in a 2 hour and 37-minute match. And this is a Eli Boomerang dog, y'all, doing that. But again, can't say that he was slow walking that dog. Competition was the major factor in the game. Competition, major factor in the game. Pointing out real good proven points. Wood Snooty again, and a patch. Snooty and DC's Napoleon. 46 dog match, twice a catch weight. He won in the Midwest Look how it's bred. Definitely seeing what works. See if it works. Let's make it work. Some of these dogs we have we don't even remember these dogs. Somebody we ain't never seen before, but we know their pedigrees. Carver crossed back into Snooty. Abernathy's Molly. We've seen pedigrees like these, but not the dogs. These are different looks, but we're seeing it work. Look at Nipper. Mayfield Bully Sons cross. Eli cross. Mayfield Eli cross. Bully Son. I mean, all the right dogs. All the right dogs. Go to the next page. Bully Son. You know, they was on to something. In the beginning, they was definitely on that. Mayfield, Bully Son, Eli, Kingfish. They was all trying to produce that ultimate killer. A Bancroft Spade. Old big dog. He lost his second time out in 1 hour and 35 minutes. Won his next two, and then he lost his last in 2 hours and 55 minutes to old Brown's Popeye. 2 hours. Old Bully Son dog ain't supposed to go that long, huh? They go Thresh Thumper. Oh, Bumper, I'm sorry. Just Bumper, a red dog, won a total of 4 matches at the weight of 44. He won over Rats champion Argo in 45 minutes. There go Barfield Saloon. Another Eli dog, Divine Cross. Father the grand champion Sable. Sable was a killer. Look at the same old stuff down here. R. Davis Bundy. Giving you an idea. See that champion Tommy? Now he's got him crossed down here with some Sorrel shit and some Bully Son. Showing you that it worked. Up here we got him crossed with some Divine stuff. Showing you that it worked. That Sorrel stuff crossed with that Bully Son stuff. Mayor's Bad Companies with some decent dogs. His last was a 2 hour and 34-minute win over Chubb and Mike's Hard Times. Think I'm old Jason's Hog Dog. Jacob's Hard Hog Dog. Eli Dog. I mean, a Red Boy Dog. I'm sorry, Red Boy Dog. A red bobtail bitch, 36, inbred on a great producer, Red Boy, won her 3 in the South. Oh, Sir Red Baron. That Bird Albert stuff, a dog we don't know nothing about. But this little red dog, it defeated defeated a 2-time winner, Hobbs Jacobs Zeus, and a champion Hodge Brute. 2 good dogs. How'd that happen? Competition. Competition. Looking for it, he got it. There go Ricky Jones and Bubba. Back on that older stuff. He lost his second time out to Man Smokey in 1980, but came back to win 3. There go Bully, another champion off of Finley's Bow. Don't know what that middle is, that Jeremiah Schwartz stuff, but that only's 2. Only's Ayla. Another good one. There goes Sweet Man Caesar. He won some tough company in that Deep South between 1979 and 1980. Double Bred Puha Red. Double Bred on the Puha Red, still doing good things. Big dog though. Like I said, some of these good bred dogs we don't even know. But do we have to know? If we're looking at the pedigree, they're all champions. We don't see too many of these on Pets Online. We don't see too many of these dogs in your pedigree. It's just certain dogs that created these dogs where you know we see in your pedigree. That's the point that I'm making. You see these formulas of these dogs that it was working with. This is why it was working with your shit. A lot of us just got onto a pattern and kind of stuck to it and tried it like they was doing. Look at that Jordan dude. That Jordan dude knew exactly what he was trying to do. And when you get it into work, guess what? He might not never show up in nobody else's shit. But he falls in that line of great dogs. And when you start wanting to pull up Clayton, Eli, Bully Son, Orphan Annie, and the crosses they made to make great dogs. Winning 3 matches and becoming a champion and ending up in a book like this was privilege. You know, you don't see a whole bunch of brothers all up in this book. That changed real quick in the late 80s and going into the 90s. The tide started changing. Even the book began to change because, like I said, you don't see a lot of brothers in this book. There's Finley's Bow. He lost to Vindicator. The Vindicator beat Snooty and Finley's Bow. If I'm correct. Then winning his championship by beating Alexander Spike in 2 hours and 2 minutes. Good producer. He produced G. Third for was Max Coates. He picks him up and he finishes him out all in under 35 minutes. Wins his first 2 with V. Jackson, and then she wins her 3rd with Max Coates. Max Coates was running around snatching up shit like Prozac. Prozac go out and buy one, and he gonna finish that shit. He take him right in the channel, especially something he likes. All right, y'all. I think it's getting close to that 11:30 time. I'm just gonna run down through these right quick and just show up, put out, you know, like Uptown Snubby. I just want to go through them as I can slide down through them. You're gonna see this is not a little book, and you see the dogs that we just went through up to this point. Remember that Champion Tommy? you're going to see these dogs continuously showing up. There's a full Kobe there, Sinbad. With Bobby Hall stuff, everybody be wondering why Bobby Hall was so looked upon as such a great guy. Bobby Hall produced some great dogs. You go Ozzie Stevens. We've seen a lot of Ozzie Stevens stuff. I'm still trying to find a match the Supernat lost. The Red Dog, 35-pound, 1-2 for Supernat in the border states before moving to the Deep South to win his third. The Stormy Dog I think that's the Stormy Dog that was the old buckskin dog. I remember, I was wondering that's the Stormy that Amber went into. You know what I mean? Remember, she was a champion. I just wondered if that's the same dog because she's red too. I don't know if it's a male or female. Don't say. Look at those breeding. The alligators. These are the dogs we start off looking at. If you notice, all of them got good pedigrees. All of them got a formula. And all of them basically we're seeing the same old dogs. It's just bred a certain type of way. That's producing great dogs in some type of way. We have this as a reference. This book right here was a reference to me on how I would want to learn how to breed my dogs. The smartest thing Pup ever did was got me to get in these books here down the Richard Stratton book, even though it had all the ADBA pedigrees all in it and all that stuff. Yeah, that was good. But this book here put me into the world of dog fighting. You see the breedings, you see the same old names. Great dogs. The old Gardeners, Amos. Mm-hmm. Yep. That was up there in Ohio. Yep. That was Becker Davis and Fergie. The old Turtle. The guy bred. All great dogs have great pedigrees, man. If you're looking at these dogs and it still boils down to it, I said majority are great dogs. I said the majority have good pedigrees. They all carry some type of a formula. And that's Toro. He went second over two-time winner. And then Jitterbug Bruce in 2034. He recently won his fourth in 2 hours and 41 minutes over Johnson Buster. And I'm trying to make sure I'm thinking I'm correct, but I think Toro lost one. And shortly after this. I might be wrong, but I think Toro lost one. Okay, y'all guys, I'm trying to speed up a little faster. Just wanted to bring you up to see, or you see that Black Annie, Pines, not Black Annie, another indicator of what was to be. You see that Indian Bolio stuff, that Patrick stuff, why everybody was riding, even back then, we was riding on Pat Patrick. It was just at the beginning of what was to come. It's just the beginning of what was to come. Look at old Casper. Look at the times, y'all. We talking about Eli dogs on scratch. Them some long matches. When his first in 2 hours and 38 minutes. Then he lost his fourth in 2 hours and 7 minutes. Wilson's Casper. We just saw him a minute ago. T-Bone Rubber Kennels Red. We still going down this. Look at Scooter Red. You know, we have some of that in our dog over there, Apache, the dog that created Sassy Girl, Baby and them's mother. Got some of that Scooter Red in him. No, that was another thing that was on the making. That Bros Dolomite, the 35-pound dog, did his winning in the Midwest during 1982, 1983. He won all three in under an hour. That's Grand Champion Luther's little mate brother. Good old Boston Blackie. Old Boston Blackies, Daisy Mae Brunson. Reals Blackjack, more plumber stuff. Bug Eye, Eli stuff. Kitty, Eli stuff. Applejack, another good dog. He went over a champion, rolled over Slim in 23 minutes. Another hurt dog right there. I mean, that's easy to tell you how that stuff was working. Double Bred Maximilian, Iron Bear. And this was the first of the ROMs. Tombstone Art. Carlo Nigger. Snooty Gunner. Notice Andre DeRoche got two of them up there already. Finley's Bow, Otis. Look at the lines. Still dealing with Mayfield stuff. Red Jerry, Snake, Mayfield, Folio, Alligator, Mayfield, Bully Sign. Start seeing that Crenshaw stuff popping up. More DeRoche stuff, Pinky, Red Baby, more Patrick stuff. It's Pooh Hall Red. That's the book of the 90s. I mean, from, like I said, 72 to 83. What up? What up, fellas? Mo had to step out right quick.
Look, man, as you notice, you know, sometimes you hate to do it, but you got to go back, see where, and see where a lot of things come from. I mean, a lot of this stuff was out there that y'all seeing, but the paperwork we're looking at, it just puts you in. For us back then, that was the now. No, for us, I mean, think about when Mo started looking at them papers in that 82, 83 time period, just beginning new in the game, and he's looking at these type of dogs. When if you was looking at it and you trying to do something new, and then you starting to realize, what you actually had, when we came up out of Carolina, you look at them dogs and you look at everything a different type of way. You really do. I mean, things a lot different when you starting off and you get stuck to a certain type of way because again, everything he was showing you, that puts that was our now. Think about all the people that y'all seeing here, but was the now for us back then. And then watching things move as it moved forward.
All the shit that came out of it.
And all the shit that came out of it. Remember, things change when you see all them great dogs that was back then. They became, what you're saying was this almost the beginning of what really kicked off through the rest of the 80s and the early 90s when them brothers, due to things in the United States changed, everything changed. People who started having the dogs changed. Everything really just did change. The competition actually got stiffer because now you got all them great dogs that you seen them registered marriage. Everybody who was learning the game, that was our reference points. Remember, it wasn't nothing to see 2-hour matches back in the day. Nothing. Almost was on a consistent basis. Back then, it was very seldom you seen a short match. Very seldom. Seen a couple long ones. Had to go out to the car, get warm to come back type of shit. So, it's almost like a learning process, gentlemen. Without this type of information, without being able to take that information, utilize it to what you was trying to do, I can't understand how you can recreate what these people was creating. And if you look back at some of them pedigrees, well, the majority of them back there, damn near all of them looked like they had the same old shit in common. Why wouldn't they be doing that if it was already working? That I don't understand how y'all be missing that point. It was right then, back then, which was our now, in the 80s. Early 80s. And you moving that all the way through the 80s, putting your mixture of what you think's gonna work and how you being the mad scientist utilizing everything that you're seeing from what they was doing. Yeah, it was a task trying to find the right shit, but you got familiar with about what kind of shit you wanted on your shit. You kind of wanted your pedigree to look a certain type of way and hope the pedigree matched the dog. Because that's the only way you was ever going to find out. Is be able to create the dog so your dog and your dog's papers match what created everything prior to that. That's everything that you was trying to do that somebody had already done. See, the more you move up in time, the further you got away from these dogs. Back in our time period, these dogs were right there. These breedings was, come on now, we had judo. I think that was a Wood Snooty, Molly B, double bred dog. You know what I mean? Come on. You're right there. Blood and BA, Bruiser. Think about them dogs' pedigrees, man. Look at all the great shit that was like right there. And the further you get away from where you started at, I can understand when people be talking about, oh, they got watered down. But hell, there was a whole lot of Bully's son and Eli and Mayfield. I mean, all that shit was the Hetry dog. Remember, all that shit was way back there in the early 80s when we was down in North Carolina. And I'm telling you, not even thinking about what we seeing nowadays based on the papers, but look what we noticed when we was looking at the damn dogs. Damn the papers. Think about the damn dogs. It was monsters, man. Why wouldn't you want to have some of that shit? When you looking at some shit, man, I got to have some of that. Come on. Big difference. How you gonna be able to do that if you don't see the dog? The next thing you have to do is go back and see where it created the best shit, and then you wanted to fall in that line. I'll let you close this down, Mo. Time. Shut it down, baby. I just want to jump in and give y'all the purpose of my visitation to this book tonight, for the simple fact that this book was the beginning of something that turned into something big. That book right there. Without that book, there's a whole lot of references that we couldn't reference to without it. A whole lot was in that book that taught me a whole lot. And it continued to do that even through the growth of it. So my point is, it's a shame that you guys don't have it, because it really makes it hard, because the way y'all trying to breed. But I'm going to tell you, the best dogs are still coming where you find them. And where was that in this book? In the box. That's one thing that book proved. Where's the best place to find them, and where's the best place to connect if you want competition? How did these champions run into each other? How did these great dogs run into each other? They shows wasn't running in the same circles. It was running in there because the competition is what it was all about. These days, y'all talk, y'all scared, try to scare people away from jumping on your shit. That's not how the game was played. We don't care about what you got and what area you live in if we got the dog. Never been a problem. Never been a problem. Not even a talking matter. You set it up and you hook it up and you do it. That's how the real game was played. And like I said, a lot of brothers in that first edition, one thing about it though, if we followed their format, we got good at it real quick, because these new journals that was coming in after that, look how they grew. Look at the growth of the Boyles dogs. Look at the growth of the Eli dogs. Look at the growth of the yellow dogs. The red boy dogs. And look how they just branched out and became bigger and better, and watch the kennels who had them. Watch how the game really changed. And can't say it could have been done without the journal, because that I do not believe. Because I was one of those that was grabbing the journal trying to find me some shit to go into too. So I ended up in Puerto Rico. A lot of us find our way around by starting to learn the journal, starting to know how to get in touch with people through the network of the basement.
and things happen. That's why we had the great matches that we had. That's how Robert T was able to go into all those champions and all over the place because, they're looking for competition. Queen of Heart, 8 times. I mean, you had 8 foods to beat her. But they tried. And that's all I want y'all to remember. You got to give the dogs in the box all the credit deserved. I ain't trying to take nobody who believe that and take you off that pedestal because you know what it feels like, you know what it is to go out and feed a yard full of great dogs. If you know what it feels like to feed a yard full of great dogs, that means you got some dogs in their yard you can win with. Not brag about, not throw their papers in everybody's face and put something on them that they haven't earned. The game derives behind what is being done in the box back then, into the future, until forever, as long as they stand the test of time. That's never going to change. It's going to get lesser and lesser. You're going to have more people getting discouraged because they can't get it in there with, but you're going to have some people that's going to catch it and win it. And if you don't have those numbers to coordinate with each other to balance it out, it's going to keep getting weaker and weaker until it's no more. I guarantee you ain't got 5,000 subscribers to nothing. We don't have 1,700, 1,900 matches going on in the United States right now. We don't have nothing close. We don't have a heavy abundance of great untested. We put it like this. We don't have a whole bunch of great tested dogs. We have very few great testing matches where those 2 great dogs come together to get the answer done. These are things that was changing when we were getting out that we see in the future coming. Because without the journal, Fat Bill was gone. The journal was on the way out the door. Michael Vick got busted. They out there putting war on the dog game. Dope game started getting shut down. So that means the dog game started getting shut down. And it took a fall, and it never really picked back up. Not saying it doesn't exist. It just never picked back up. A lot of dogs that y'all breeding for now are breeding through papers. It's not really based on performance. A lot of you new guys don't know where the performers are. You hear about them, you hear them bragging about them, but, it's always, I had 2 friends, and they were reputable dog, man. It's that line right there. Well, Ben, I got his weight. Why don't you show me? That would be the thing. And then you get mad at me because I'm willing to go into your shit outside of everything you said, yet you ain't convinced me. Shit. I got his weight. That's the real game. That's the real game. And he's supposed to accept that, and we're supposed to do that. That's how the real game is played. Let's find out which one of these motherfuckers is best. And that's what most of us drove for. Competition. We want to see how far we can win. How good can we go? How deep into the conversation can we get? And those that made it, why we got shit that we can talk about. I'm gonna leave it right there, guys. I hope y'all enjoyed tonight. I'm gonna go with my big shout out to my boy, my big brother over there, J-Bo. I hope I caused no harm. And if I did, I'm first to apologize to my man because it wasn't meant to be. Maybe it was harmful if you're getting caught up into that world that don't matter. Because in our world, all our answers was answered in the box. And we went through our dogs like that. That's why we could win some of the matches that we won, because we was doing the right thing. We wasn't talking, we was doing it. So, we know how we talk, we know how we act. Some don't like it. Ain't gonna help it because, it worked for me. I'm too old to change. I am who I am. It don't mean I don't care. I'm always caring. Because I have to respect. I respect any man who's willing to stand on the other side of that wall. I don't care who it is, win or lose. Without them, nothing is happening. Nothing's happening. So shout out to J-Bo, still my man. Again, I don't care about nobody else's feelings but yours. And that's just keeping it real, because real recognize real. And, maybe we were sitting in the garage drinking some beers on a Sunday during the game and got into that conversation, we'd have been talking some real shit, and best believe it better not been no fucking dogs in our yard at the time. We would have been answering some questions, but that's how it goes. And he was right when he said this is how we do things. This is real bulldog politics. And when you say it didn't matter who was in a book, well, don't get mad when you ain't in the book and nobody's talking about you. How are we supposed to care? Or even know to even acknowledge what the hell you trying to tell us? The best thing to do is bring that shit with you and show us. And if it's too late, it's, hey, don't look forward to change in time, because if it was historical then it's going to be missing in the historical books of the future, because he's not there. But one thing for sure, J-Bo, your shit was there, bro. When everybody was talking about he ain't got to be in no blah, 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 blah. But guess what? It took J-Bo to go grab that book to say that it ain't even like that. It ain't even like that. He was in the book, like he said. Okay, so we were still on the same track when everybody else was trying to run off the track. Telling where they ain't. That's because y'all don't know, because y'all ain't got shit to work with now anyway. But then most of y'all ain't doing shit anyway but flinging papers and talking shit. The dog don't have shit to do with y'all, what's coming out y'all mouth. It's more a whole bunch of talking and not enough dog doing. Because if you was dog doing, you wouldn't be talking too much. You be doing dog. So I'm going to leave it right there. I wish everybody a good evening. I hope y'all had a happy Thanksgiving. You know what I'm saying? I hope y'all enjoyed y'all Thanksgiving. I did. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, the poll tonight, we had 136 people on the poll. And the poll questions was, would the American Pit Bull Terrier of the past be as popular without some type of written chronicle of information? We have 37% that says yes, and we have 63% that says no. I still think 37% is still a lot of damn people, man.
Still a lot of people.
I mean, even though it's 136 people, still, that's not half of people think like that.
Right, and I can guarantee you that 36%, if we was to really do a poll, 37%, if we was to do a poll on just that right there, the question to that right there, to your answer, is why do you believe that? One of the choices would be, do you have dogs? Other choice would be, do you fight your dogs? Other choice would be, do you just breed dogs? You're one of those. Because I can guarantee you ain't fighting your dogs if you believe that shit. If you ain't fighting your dogs and you got a yard full of dogs, what did that tell me? You don't want to be in no book. You want to, because you ain't going to be in one. So you got to cover yourself, because you ain't going to be there to be talked about, because you ain't done nothing. So that's going to be a problem for you there. You'll be doing more talking and defending and speaking for your shit than doing your shit. And those are the kind of things that falls in those kind of questions, those kind of polls to me. That's what it shows me. Don't get mad at me because what the poll is providing is information. Because anybody who matches dogs is not going to say that. Because anybody that matches dogs know we use those books as ways to find our food. If we are sharks, if we are real true fast lane hunters. Like Down Rudy said. He found out that there was some people coming at him. They winning. They got some badass dogs. And he wondering who calling him out. Well, shit, he's got the right people calling it out because you have attracted the sharks. And that's what it's all about. He didn't say no. He didn't slide back down in his own hometown and turn away. He said, come on down. Especially if y'all gonna let me do it in my own backyard. And they like I said, the fast lane don't give a damn. We don't care. We'll come to your backyard right where your dog's sleeping and go right in there in your ass. But the dogs the ones got to fight, not us. As long as we understand that and respect that, guys, we get a lot more respect out of the game. I mean, for guys who ain't got dogs like that, y'all ain't doing shit, don't bother, don't fuck with us because we're not doing what you doing. Don't fuck with us because your patterns don't fit ours because you don't fit our world. That's why you can stand on the outside and bark and come up with some what you think are good, opinionated things, but you ain't putting the factor in that I'm a dog fighter and you're not. What sound good to you don't sound good to me because I'm a dog fighter and it don't fit my program. And nothing I did and nothing I learned. So yes, I'm going to speak up on it very quickly because I will expose that part right there. And you can easily expose it when you turn around and ask the very questions the person asked you. You ask them the same thing. Evidently, I got something that you want to pedestal on, catapult off of. So I want to get some catapult back off of you by bringing these questions back to you. And what the fuck do you got? And see, it really pisses me off when they don't be having shit. You talk all that, but you don't have nothing to reply back to when it comes to your turn. You ready to drive down on somebody that got something, but yet you have nothing. That shit right there has to stop. The only way that shit's gonna stop is start attacking those people. That I'm a competitor. Best way to stop those type of people being I'm a competitor is get back into my competitive ways. When you ask a question or you got something smart to say, be sure to put your credentials along there. Because if your credentials don't fit, you will not get an answer. You'll get a smart-ass answer. But I'm going to stop trying to explain to you guys because I am a competitor. And if you really don't like the way I act now, you're going to really hate me. Because now I'm looking for worthy people to ask the right questions instead of the wrong people that's doing nothing to ask the wrong questions. And to troll on people who got something because you're trying to build yourself on something that you don't have. So we got to stop that shit. We got to start somewhere. Backstreet then told me, don't worry about all that other shit, man. We're 100% behind you. We enjoy your show. Keep going, twin. Keep doing what you're doing. Weed them out. Expose them. They don't know shit. They don't want to learn shit, twin. Stop stepping over them. Stop wasting your time with them. It's like, when you become famous, you can't sign everybody. You can't sign your autograph on everybody. Sometimes you got to bull your way through. You need to start doing more of that because we have done enough. That we don't have to be nice anymore. I ain't famous. I ain't trying to be famous. I don't know why y'all picking on me. But like they said, I stand for those guys and I'm going to continue standing for those guys. That's what they want me to continue doing. They let me know. They know the reason why they enjoy the show. And remember who we cater to. Because in our world consists of dog fighters. We're not talking about the now. We're talking about something that's dead and gone and can't be changed. So we need to go. We're going to go back there and enjoy our old days and play in them and hip y'all to them. Don't forget, we can't come past 2003. Anything past 2003 is against the law. We all be liable for promoting dog fighting. So it's safer to be back here where I'm at, so I can talk freely and really tell y'all, because that's during the times that we was at our best, at our most. That's the safest place to be open up about what we're saying. Now, we can't speak on the basement. We can't tell you about the basement. Y'all can't even hang around the basement. So enjoy these shows for what it is and leave the basement alone. The basement is doing just fine. It doesn't need no help. You don't have to stand up for nobody, especially if you're nobody. That somebody that we're discussing with is definitely somebody that we can figure that out between us both. We don't need a bunch of nobodies interfering in something a bunch of somebodies is doing. It makes things look bad. Especially when it comes to me and my friends.
Cool, man. I see all the roses. Can y'all do this for me one more time? And look, I need everybody to get ready for these holidays too, man. It's getting that cold weather coming through.
Yeah, get them dogs together. Yeah, man. Because there's going to be some rough winters coming up here, y'all.
Some rough winters. They don't believe in climate change, but you're fixing to see some different shit coming up.
Yeah.
Especially when Florida start getting cold in the middle of damn November. Shit, we generally don't get cold down here till like January, February. I done broke out the hoodie. You might have to go break out the big, thick leather coat. But look, fellas, I need to get them thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up.
Give them to me, man. Muscles. Muscles. Muscles.
Roses. Roses. We need
Don't worry about my life, baby. Just throw me them roses. I need them damn roses. Come on, y'all. Show some love tonight. Y'all been really slacking out. You know what I'm saying?
It's been rough, man.
It's been rough. We run through those segments of being rough because of we're getting away from what's important. And what's important is what matters. And we need to stick to that.
What matters is history.
History. The box.
Box thing, man.
It's a box thing, man. That's all it is. Nothing but a box thing.
Let me go ahead.
No need to be discussing anything that can't be solved in the box. So let's leave it back there where the box thing has been already handled, and let's build off of that. Keep our fraternity for what it is. Got two fraternities. You got an upstairs fraternity, then we got a downstairs fraternity. I prefer to be around the downstairs fraternity. I don't like it upstairs. I love sharing it with y'all, but I don't like being up here with y'all because it's not enough in the numbers to make me feel comfortable, because there's not enough in the numbers to do what I do. It's like we don't fit. We're in a world that is not fit for us. It's not because we ain't fit to handle it. It's just that they ain't fit to handle us. If you ever think that is not the truth, like my brother said, you always got a number to find out.
What you gonna calling me for?
I'm trying to tell you.
I ain't trying to hear you. I ain't trying to talk about it no how.
Nah.
But look here. I don't know what else to say about the situation. It's not even a situation. It's always about a learning experience.
That's all.
I mean, I ain't no young kid. I ain't nothing. This is all about historical purposes, entertainment. But again, ain't nothing back there you can change. I think he went through enough as far as
The beginning,
and you haven't even seen the transformation from how that beginning looked, and then watch how it just transformed into what y'all talk about now. You're gonna see a hell of a change. What y'all dealing with now ain't gonna look nothing like what we was dealing with back then. I wouldn't give a damn what you said, because y'all couldn't get as close to the source as we could. It's impossible. And being that the game is like it is, you're not gonna have the greatness, you're not gonna have the caliber dogs, because how can you when the caliber of these dogs is based on what? Think about that. You can't just throw these dogs in your pedigree now or see them in your pedigree and all of a sudden they're supposed to be all world. Bullshit. It ain't never worked like that anyway. So I really appreciate everybody for showing up, for hanging out. You know, that's the must. You know, can't help but do that. But again, don't take everything to the heart. Again, I think people just take things to the heart too damn much. Because again, when we was bulldogging, a lot of this conversation that we having, you know, it didn't really matter because it was so easy to be like, you know, I'm gonna try them twins. And we'd be like, okay, it's cool. Didn't have no problems. Didn't mind traveling. That was just our life. I mean, that was part of the life, but you can't knock that. It is what it is. You know, so I don't have no reason to believe that, you know, there was something bad about that. Because we still met all the people we met, and we can't take that away from us. So let's roll with it. It is what it is. It's just in here rocking to the music.
I was just thinking about it. I grabbed everybody else's coattail and rolled with that shit. I ain't ashamed to say it. I ain't. I mean, I think I followed the patterns of the great ones like they followed the patterns of, I noticed everybody had a pattern that was similar to the pattern they was following. So, I mean, if y'all haven't figured that out, and one thing that we all understood, we was matching dogs to do that.
I don't know. We in this age that was, I guess all that was supposed to be fake or something. I don't know.
They wanted to be fake.
But again, might not know everybody on them pages and probably won't know everybody. And it's not about knowing anybody. It's actually about doing your part. You know, as long as you're doing your part, be concerned about your part. Your part will speak for itself. You don't have to be great to be known. You just got to be doing the right thing to get known. That's all. I don't even think it's about knowing. It's all about just being competitive.
Right. They don't know who you
They gonna know who you are anyway. So it's not like you can get around that part. But outside of that, man, hope everybody finished enjoying the rest of their weekend. I know today was Black Friday, which meant, you know, we had Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and gotta go back to this bullshit Monday. But that's a good thing about it because, you know, I still work today. You know what I'm saying? That's some bullshit. But, you know, it is what it is. Y'all know what time it is. Time to shut it down, and we'll see y'all Tuesday for Talk Shit Tuesday. Until then, everybody stay safe. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. You know what I'm saying? Big shout out to the people who did the cash, you know, the super chats and everything. You know, just get ready for the holiday and get ready to enjoy it. 'Cause I know we are. We got all them leftovers, man. You stick around for dinner?
I got my dinner still down. I've been eating good, man, all day.
I got to get back to eating. About 10, 15, 20 pounds. I'm trying to get it in, man. But look, y'all enjoy yourself. Remember, I think you did a good job today, man. See, you did your homework. And shit, I just left the building because I didn't feel like that. Y'all know what time it is.
Well, as we always do this at the end of the show, we're looking for those scratches, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Remember, when you scratch, you don't care who you scratch it into. It could be a monster over there, or it could be a motherfucker ready to jump the box. Scared for you to come over there and hit him. Just remember one thing, though, when you do scratch. We
I mean, we always
scratch the win.
I ain't standing there. Look, I ain't standing there. I mean, as long as you over there in that corner, I'm coming over there. I'm gonna bust your ass.
I'm busting that ass.
I don't care
by that
give a
corner.
damn until you get out that corner. Don't be there when I get there. That's
That's
all I'm
all I'm
saying.
saying. That's how the game
Care how
is.
you don't give a damn.
That's right.
You ain't somebody tell you to stand there knowing I'm coming, but you didn't think I wasn't coming? It's your fault.
Game is the game. Have fun with that.
Hey, have fun with that, man. Ain't nothing wrong. That ain't player hating. That is what the game was all about anyway.
Call me cocky. I call it competitors.
Competitors. That's it. You can always get over that wall. You know what I mean? You got a name for it, but don't act like you just can't do it. I done did. It's okay.
It's okay.
You just ain't one of them. We coming. Even if we got to be on my chest. Scoop. Dragging my ass in.
I call my dog. My dog just
Come.
the Marines. I'm gonna tell you, we hitting the Iwo Jima on your ass.
Jim on your
I
ass.
don't care what you got. We
Mud,
coming. I
rain,
don't care where you at. That's how we went. Can knock you for not standing, for being in your circle, but don't knock us for getting out of circle and going into anybody's circle. I hate on that. Come on, y'all. There's no win in this
I
shit.
always felt like this too, man. If you didn't like it, you know, come do something about it.
Right.
I'm on that tip. Fuck what you think. Think I talk too much? You think I'm all that? You come and show me that I ain't
Right.
there.
Go in the basement and call me.
Right. Shit, I would like that fight. You know how I be got that shit. I didn't give a fuck who you were. I didn't walk around being no bully, but I wasn't one to hear nobody a bunch of the damn bullshit. You know, sometimes people just think that little tough ass shit, it works, but it doesn't never work for me.
Down in the basement, you got to start a riot.
Man, look.
Too many people down there.
Not just in the basement, that's just in general. Shit, I've never been that dude. Maybe I'm too old for that shit anyway. But I don't know. But that's part of who we are, so.
I'm sick. I ain't trying to go through all that shit.
No.
If I'm going to do something in my last days, I want to be in the corner with somebody facing me. Maybe if I got to come back in and get somebody, then it'd be somebody, you know, for the competition. You know what I'm saying? Somebody who really want to test those waters. You know?
And that's just hypothetically speaking.
Definitely hypothetically speaking. We can get on the bus and travel back into my time, and then we can talk about it. You know, let's save it back there to talk about it and try to talk about it now.
Right. But again, fellas, it is what it is. We're going to leave it just like that. I'm out.
Love y'all, man. Backstreet fellas.
Love y'all, man.
Love y'all, man. We hear y'all.
We know who you are. We know where you at. We ain't gonna let you down, baby.
We ain't gonna let you down. We still gonna go hard. Hitting cymbals and crackles and everything. Hey guys, I put it to you like this. If anybody want a copy of that, you know what I mean? I can't give it to everybody, but I can give it to the people that I know who would love to have it. If I know you, I'll send it to you. Just send me an email. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's what I will do. You know? But I gotta know you. You know what I mean? You gotta be working, wasting the time to do it for us. So we got a lot of guys out there who don't have these collections that I would like for you to have. Hit me up on the email goinghardreloaded@gmail.com. That's goinghardreloaded@gmail.com, man. And believe me, I will hook you up, fellas. all that drive, not knowing that we getting them prepared for their life check. Every time we take them out, we give them a life check.
Drama.
Yeah. Hey y'all, I love y'all, man. See y'all Tuesday. GH.22, GH.1. We out of here. Peace.
Don't forget, we'll see y'all Tuesday night. Talk shit Tuesday. Till then, everybody enjoy the rest of your weekend. Enjoy yourself. Stay safe. And we'll see y'all Tuesday. Till then, peace! Yeah! ML, deuces.